damn thread. I swear to fucking God, like
I don't know.
This fucking dipshit keeps misspelling Lich King. Don't know why there's a fucking T in there. Guy's questioning map data. I get he's like, oh, I didn't play WoW. It's like, then why are you commenting on the WoW stuff?
Probably because that's where it is. But
Yeah,
like some
I
of it's
know, but
fine.
like, you know.
They're saying they're just talking out of their ass, dude. I don't know why you're caring about it.
Oh, I know. I'm not. They're filling the thread, and it's whatever. But it's just like he's like the problem is that we're describing the canon map of WoW, right? And he's like, oh, is this some innovation from the authors? It's like, no, we're just describing the map of WoW. So don't stop trying to jump to conclusions, please.
Yeah, I'm one of those people that stopped playing, so I'm not even gonna. I don't know why if you stop playing, stop trying to talk about the map. It's like shit changed with Cataclysm, bro.
No, we're the story is World of Warcraft: Wrath of the Lich King. So, A, B, they never played WoW. Period.
Ew.
Who didn't play WoW?
The guy who's currently commenting paragraphs in our thread about WoW stuff. He's like, "Oh my god, what is this dam they've mentioned? Is that something they haven't put in the story yet?" No, it's just something that is a feature in the game that was there the whole time.
Also, pretty sure that we did mention it all the way back in Wraith 3.
Yes,
no,
we did.
4.
Yeah,
the
when
thing
she
is,
flew
you
over
mentioned
with the
it,
Griffin Riders.
therefore it must be important to the plot.
Therefore, Taylor is going to destroy that dam in order to kill.
See, the thing is, though, is we didn't mention it in the story. We mentioned it in our little Gameverse shitpost that we run. Parallels.
You mentioned it.
Yeah, my bad.
You mentioned it at all.
Yep, we mentioned it at all. We looked at it once, therefore, Chekhov's dam.
Exactly.
The only question is whether Taylor will use it to kill a god or an orphanage.
Both.
Yes.
An
Sneaky,
orphanage of
little gods.
You could do the funniest thing.
What's that?
And make a blatant super robot reference with that dam at some point in the story.
How so?
It just transforms.
Oh, just
Taylor's been working on it in the background. It's a giant robot that can destroy the moon. You're gonna borrow from some super robot shit.
Well, we're already doing that. We can't do that twice, Max.
You
can't do that twice.
No, you can.
No,
the dam is the backup because
the
it's
Citadel is turning into a giant world engine, so we can't do that. That would be double stacking.
It's the backup. Come on.
Are you dismissing the orphanage super robot?
Yes, I'm dismissing the orphanage-powered super robot.
But the heart of a
what?
The heart of a forsaken child
my
is
mind
so
went
powerful.
to orphan-powered super robot. Yeah, my mind went to orphan-powered super robot as if it's just powered by orphans.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Oh God.
What the hell is this
Shinji? Get in the orphan.
That's it.
What?
What is this run on? Orphans? What? Yeah, we feed it orphans. Well, what happens when you run out? I just go to the local orphanage.
Well, I mean,
make more orphans.
You don't have to use the whole orphan. You just have to use, the heart of the orphan.
That makes it worse.
These are sustainably farmed orphans.
These are
okay, RimWorld.
Every battle we have, we create more orphans than we use to power the machinery that caused the battle. These are sustainably produced.
I appreciate how
Soylent Green is orphans.
Oh no.
What do you mean the Venture Brothers already made this joke?
What do you think I was referencing?
Okay, but like nobody with actual taste likes the Venture Brothers. Knows.
Just because you don't like it doesn't mean that other people can't like it.
No, he's right.
Knows? My brother is
I'm
a
sorry.
fan of it. Your argument's valid.
He's also a fan of Spider-Man. People are fans of Spider-Man.
Spider-Man has universal appeal. That is not an argument.
I don't understand what this current argument is between you two.
Anne doesn't like the Venture Brothers and will continuously fight the war to make sure everyone knows it.
Okay.
It's a stupid, terrible show.
I mean, like, I've gotten a couple chuckles out of clips I've seen, but
Oh yeah, I mean I've gotten chuckles out
it's
of.
unfortunately for it, the thing it is parodying is far more entertaining, despite being an incredibly outdated show by this point.
Anyway, we are not here to discuss this, whatever you're discussing. We are here to laugh at Infanticus's newest story. Can I read that on Twitch?
Probably not.
I don't
You
think you
have
can.
to ask the
Just
question.
as Saint
Probably
Nintendo.
not. I'm gonna be honest. From what I've seen discussed,
I
about his
cannot
stories,
read. No,
it's
I want to be
probably
clear
not
here.
safe.
I cannot read this story on Twitch. I was just wondering if I could read the chapter of the story title on Twitch. I was wondering if I could name drop the story on Twitch, not
I mean,
read
it's
it.
not actually not
yes.
safe for work,
Yes.
right?
I don't know.
Have you read it yet?
No, I haven't read it, but I
haven't-
know it
I
doesn't have
haven't-
any porn in it. It's
I'm
just got
assuming horrible things.
No,
memes.
it does not have any porn in it. You are correct. However, there are other things occurring in the chapter that definitely would probably make someone mad somewhere.
And
It
if
doesn't
we
have to have
never
porn
did
on it for
anything
not-
that
it
wouldn't
not to
make
be allowed
anyone
on
mad.
Twitch.
No, you're right. I have done things that would make people mad. However, Infanticus was very verbose.
About cotton picking ninjas.
God damn it, Sign.
Sign.
All right.
Fine, you did
Do
not
you want to
have to
Sign's
ban
say
getting
on
that.
stream?
Thank you for the L, by the way. Everyone, can we mark the L
Yeah.
now?
That sign gets
Yeah.
muted for sign gets muted and an L.
Yeah.
Imagine
Sign.
you
Could've
dancing
literally just-
around the
Sign.
issue and then you just fucking
Dude.
stick your head in it.
Yeah.
Me walking around the issues. Sign. I'm just gonna say it.
Us having explicitly questioned if we could say it. I'll just say it.
I mean, I think the word is fine. Certain other people have said
If
the
he
word on
only
Twitch.
said Ningen, it would have been fine because shit like Kurama from Naruto says that sort of shit.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm
doing the
aware.
sign?
It's the Japanese
Sign.
word for human.
We know what it is. You
Sign.
also know exactly what it is.
We know exactly what you were referencing with the way you worded it. You stupid fucking cunt.
That's a quote in the story.
That's
That
why
doesn't
I
say
couldn't
that.
read it!
Yeah.
Fine. The entire phrase can be taken very poorly by anyone.
Everyone
sensitive.
knows the joke
Yes.
he is making.
Oh
Everyone
no.
knew.
Sneaky's trying to avoid.
Don't
giving
you
Twitch
say
any
"oh
more reasons
no"
to
as
ban
if you
him.
only just realized, Sign, you fucking idiot.
You know
No,
what, guys?
no.
No, we have to give him a break. You know why we have to give him a break? Because soon the cold
Just 'cause
will
he has to kick
claim
that part?
him. Because the ice storm is coming for his home, and all the insulation he has is a mere 1 inch of plywood and steel to keep himself warm. He will
No,
be
hey,
dying
He's
in
not
his
wrong.
sleep
I
this
brought-
weekend.
Don't worry. I
1
brought
inch
Greg
of
yet to
insulation
help
and
him.
steel, and then you're forgetting.
No,
the
not
fact that-
not insulation.
If he's
Plywood.
far enough
Plywood.
south in Louisiana, he'll be fine.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, you also
There-
forget though, he's insulated his house with at least 3 inches of hardened sperm from Jackson Pollocking all over his room, so he'll be fine.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a
just
little uncalled for.
mean. Yeah, that's a
That's
little uncalled for.
That's a
I'm
little-
sorry.
It's
one
only
and a
1
half.
inch. I don't know why you're
That's
saying
There it
implying he
is.
could get it up at his age. You know, come on.
Oh.
No, listen, sneaky. If what was it? Austin Powers taught me anything.
Yeah.
There's this little pump made by the Swiss.
Ah, yes.
All
Well,
right, cut the mic.
I don't think that
Cut
one
it,
worked
cut it,
out.
All right.
cut it. We're done. I'm done with the bit.
Stream's done. Stream's on.
Yeah,
They
no.
cancelled.
But,
I wish that was enough to end the stream.
Anyway, so I have all my parts now. I have assembled all of the pieces of Exodia, and this weekend I will be committing the grave sin of building a computer.
What's wrong?
Hang on, did you buy the RAM before or after the price change?
So I bought it
He-
before the
he
second
bought it-
price change.
He bought it
So how much
like
will
two.
help your
He
MMO?
bought it 2 days after the first price rise, and I'm going to
Uh-huh.
assume within an hour of hearing why the price rose.
Yes. The
How
day
fast is it built?
of me hearing about the mass RAM cancellation, I was like, oh, fuck this. I have to buy this now if I want to have a computer that doesn't crash when my CPU gets to 50% usage. So,
How bad did you get
Same
built
thing.
on the price?
Unfortunately, as I heard of that,
it
news,
was
I
3K.
called in to
So
tell
it
I
was 3K, and the only thing that was a real disgusting, the only thing. Oh, look, I paid 4K for the current computer. That's a piece
Yeah, I
of
was
shit
gonna
broken
say.
down.
I
No,
like how
the
Sign
RAM
is
itself, what
saying,
did you pay for the
4K
RAM
is
itself?
basically
as
going to be
if-
the new price if you want a good size.
No.
Good
I
computer
thought he
now.
was talking about the price of the RAM itself was 3K.
Oh,
How much
no,
for the
total.
RAM by
Oh,
itself?
Total.
no,
the
okay,
RAM,
no.
the RAM was
I-
1K.
Okay.
So
I'm
So
gonna be
RAM
honest.
probably upwards of
the
either
RAM was
$800 or
1K,
$1,000.
but wait till you hear how much I got. It's two
much?
sticks of 48 gigabytes each.
Okay.
I
That's,
mean, that still sucks. You had to pay that much because, like,
yeah, it's pricey, but
With 28 timings and 6,000
literally the-
MHS.
sure, but like literally the week before that first price hike, I'm pretty sure that would have been an average of $500 to $600 for that kit.
They
Yeah,
were in fact
yeah,
$500 to
exactly.
$600, which is why I saw it jump to 1,000 and said, "Oh fuck, shit! Not again! Not this time!" Because
Pattern recognition finally kicked in.
because last time around, I bought a computer during COVID because the previous computer was failing. And, well, I mean, it wasn't
Randomly
failing. It was just getting really, really aged and quite physically could not update to Windows 10. And I wasn't going to be able to play a bunch of games I wanted to play. And I was like, well, fuck shit. I have to buy a new computer. And then COVID happened. And I was like, okay, I'll wait it out a bit. Won't be too bad. The prices went up at the start. They should go down. They didn't go down.
Nope.
They never do.
And,
Problem is, I
Industry
see this.
is collapsing.
then the crypto mining boom happened, and I was like, fuck. And then my
Yeah.
graphics card costed 56% of my fucking computer.
Yeah.
Many such cases.
And now we've
love it.
got another boom on graphics card prices.
Yep, so that's the other reason why. It's like, I was like, oh shit. Because the RAM goes in graphics cards too, so everything
Yep,
that uses RAM.
No, keep in mind, it wasn't just RAM that was quote unquote pre-ordered. It was literally silicon. They literally
Yeah,
said we
yep.
want
That too.
40% of the world's supply of silicon for RAM and graphics, all this other stuff. They literally,
So I
they
guess
didn't
I'm
just go
waiting
for
for another
specific
couple
components.
months.
They went for the most important ingredient of these
Yeah.
components.
They went for silicon.
I
specifically.
personally think that AI chuds need to be executed in mass.
True.
Damn. Yeah.
Yeah,
When
Yeah.
does the guillotine begin flying?
Yeah.
Soon.
not soon enough.
But,
yeah, I
yeah.
give this about 10 years before they finally figure out, no, they
10
can't do shit with it.
10 years?
10?
Fine.
Ten.
They're gonna default in 5.
The
They're
AI
not gonna
Fine.
have
They'll-
the money to
AI
pay
is
back.
Fine.
crashing, isn't it?
Sign,
They'll start
Max,
defaulting in
no,
five.
Max. Sign, and Max, both of you.
Yes.
OpenAI is defaulted already.
Yeah.
AI in
Uh,
general
no,
is
they
back
haven't.
that's
burner.
OpenAI,
No. I
that's
thought
not
they hadn't
everybody
defaulted
else.
yet. I thought that they'd started putting ads in, which Altman said, "Well, this is really a last resort for us." And then Altman, he put ads in, so it's like, I guess you hit your rock bottom then, didn't you, Bucko?
No.
they haven't
So
defaulted
they
yet.
haven't declared default yet, but the last quarter they had, they lost more money that quarter than they projected to lose this year total.
No, see,
Well,
I'm
Laura,
aware. Like I said, they
Thank
haven't
you for this.
technically defaulted yet.
Yeah, they
why I
haven't
said yet.
declared default yet,
Uh,
but
yo,
they are not
y'all-
going to recover.
y'all should read the headline that Aura just gifted us. For
Oh
I have not seen
Jesus!
this
Let me
headline yet.
grab my alcohol.
this.
Oh no.
The
Must
Banana
do something
Man.
useful with I they'll lose so
Oh
much
my
permission
God.
to burn electricity on it.
Oh boy, let's
Oh.
go. Okay, let me. All right.
AI is doing nothing useful. We got to find something, or they're gonna literally.
Oh
burn
yeah,
us at
I
the
sent that to you.
You didn't send this to me, I don't think.
Yeah, I did.
Are you sure? Because that's an article I would have clicked on and read all the way through.
Oh, no,
I'm
did I
looking
not?
for it. You may not have hit me with that one. You send me so much shit; it's hard to keep track sometimes.
That's
You got
totally
like 3 or
fair.
4 people. You regularly hit 3 or 4 people up with all kinds of different
I would say
news
I
sources.
appreciate that you regularly hit me up with just the horrid "what the fuck is this" news
And financial
politics.
news.
I
but
just
yeah.
need to know what horrible things have
That's
occurred.
insane.
But
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
so
He's
the
gonna review
AI
one flavor
child's
of
not
Forage
the
Kit.
people
Great.
funding all this madness. No. See, the problem here is that the people funding this madness, they'll just move. Like, their money is just gonna go to like worse people if they die. But B,
Yeah.
if there's no profit to be found in the AI stuff, they will just move on. And personally, I want everyone who's been suckered into this AI nonsense to just die. So I feel like this is the best way to go about it. Because again, like Max has brought up before, it pisses me off that we have to call it AI because I don't want to call it AI because it's just a fucking chatbot.
It's not AI. It's not. I'm sick of it.
No, it's
I'm
not.
tired of people pretending otherwise.
Well,
Calling it AI is a massive fucking cope because it's not intelligent.
well, okay, you know
As
the meme
I've said,
of the
it's the illusion of intelligence,
yes.
which is unfortunately all
You
you need to
know-
trick shareholders and normal people.
You know the meme of the make
Well,
it
Max, you
first,
know-
then make it good. That's what they're doing by calling it AI.
They look in a mirror and they see themselves,
That's
so that's why they're tricked
done.
so easily.
Alright,
That's not a that.
I got
That's
a friend's
that's
birthday,
it's,
so I'm gonna be.
Ah,
okay.
take care,
I
man.
suppose that's all right.
Yes.
You know what?
I'll have a
That's
drink on
that's
you.
a meme in the traditional sense sign,
Yeah.
but that's just an old con. That's
Oh,
all
yeah,
that is.
absolutely,
That's the old con
100%.
artist motto.
It's just FOMO.
Yes.
Totally. It's 100% FOMO. Everyone is trying to
Oh,
race
not
to
power.
use AI because they're afraid if they don't use AI, suddenly it's going to be one of those things where everyone who is ahead of the game is going to stay ahead of the game forevermore. So everyone's racing to
Yep.
use AI, but they have no idea what they're going to use AI for.
I'm
Or
imagining
even
a
what it
snake
can
oil
do.
salesman trying to sell AI, just like, look here, you can
You
find
know what
all the
AI is
wonders of the
useful for?
universe.
AI
Nothing.
is useful for allowing me to forget Excel commands. That's what AI is useful for.
True.
No.
Yeah. No,
I mean,
no.
Counterpoint,
See,
you're
I
doing
want...
yourself a disservice by killing off those brain cells.
True.
Yes.
I,
but
however, will be killing
Max,
off those
I'm
brain
using
cells
them to
intentionally with this
store-
alcohol.
Yeah, well, you were going to do that anyway. You
True.
see, I'm now using those excess brain cells to store more anime facts.
I thought
This
you
is
were
a
turning
net gain
into-
for mankind. It's not a gain.
No. See, I think if we transitioned from this fucking dog shit Reddit bot and we moved over to special what
Fucking cruel.
The fuck? What's
letting
up?
me make a few $100 every month off FF readers.
You know what? That's fair.
Gotta respect
True,
the game.
true, real true.
Amazing.
Oh, that subscription is paying for itself.
That's true.
literally.
Yeah,
Funded my holiday abroad. Nice.
funded my holiday.
Funded his holiday
Well, I mean,
abroad.
fair, true. You know what? There
Wow.
Well played, man.
Okay.
Well played.
Okay, wait.
Yeah, well played.
What holiday
I-
abroad mean? Just because you went to the brothel for a foreign woman doesn't mean it's a holiday abroad.
Ooh,
you go. I don't know. That's a pretty good one.
it still doesn't work on the expense report.
No, that's a broad holiday.
That's a broad.
He used the corporate Gemini plan. He didn't pay for shit.
No. A broad holiday is
It's
Chinese
my
New Year.
corporate Gemini plan. Meanwhile, IT reviewing all of the Gemini logs. The fuck is this?
Here's how
Can you
here's how
explain
Gemini
the
can work.
generations here?
Like shows just like it shows just like a
Oh, that's
spreadsheet of just like
amazing,
how
Kroll.
best to go to each and every brothel in New York. It's like, okay, well, how does this help us with our product?
But anyway, as I'm
Right.
saying, I think if we transition away from this fucking Reddit bot and move into actually useful uses of AI, of like, okay, AI. So this is something I actually use the AI for, and it's been good about it, and I've been double checking it, and it's been right. I tell the AI, give me a cost of living analysis of this area. Here's the average. Here's the utility price for the utilities. Here's the hypothetical mortgage. Here's the price of gas, etc., etc. I give it the numbers. I just say cost of living. It uses averages of what people post about that area, and boom, I have a decently accurate expense report for that area, hypothetically.
Yeah. Again, the thing that okay, it's not an AI. We all know it's not an AI. What
Yeah.
it is useful for is quickly and rapidly gathering data and recontextualizing it into a more useful format
Yeah.
for the human mind.
Exactly.
It's
Yeah,
also capable of
we call
executing
that
commands.
we used to call that cliff notes. And we used
Yep.
to trust that to people who are more intelligent than us because they aren't going to
True.
fuck it up like an AI is, because they're going to look and say, hey, this particular data set is full of shit. And I can tell you why it's full of shit, because none of it's sourced from anywhere. But the AI is going to say, oh, this data set looks useful because it's on the first page,
Yep.
fourth search down.
Yep.
It's not useful in the current form because it has been tainted by awful results.
Yep.
Plain
No,
and
But that's
simple.
why you have to know.
Listen, if we had these LLMs 16 years ago, oh
Mhm.
my god, I would be all over these things.
Yeah.
But we're
That's
not
true.
16 years ago. Search engines have gotten worse in the last decade. It
Massively.
started 15 years ago specifically.
15
Spell
years
checks have gotten
ago,
worse.
that
Like
would
I
be
can't even
2011.
trust an
Yeah.
LLM with spell
Yeah.
checks now because it's using the same fucking source that Google has, and it started
Yep.
affecting Copilot AI, which is also being forced into Microsoft Office stuff.
Yep.
So now your spell
Yeah,
check
it's
is even
fucking
worse
wrong.
than it already was.
I haven't used Office for fucking years.
The
I just
problem
use
with these
Libre now.
LLMs is we're crowdsourcing them to the general public, and the
Yep.
general public isn't that smart
retarded.
individually or collectively.
Yep.
Yeah, which is why I use
Well, I
it.
mean,
Like,
it's like
the main use I use
Grammarly.
it for is. Oh god,
Grammarly
yeah,
had a
Grammarly makes so much
massive
fun.
fucking riot on their hands at one point a couple years back because they were like, "Hey guys, this is pre-LLM too. This was just a learning model. This was not a large language learning model. This is back when Grammarly was just using a learning model based off of user data, right? So this wasn't like a trained AI or something. This was just, this is how X users spelled X thing, so this is the recommendation of spelling we're going to be giving you based on your area that you've identified, right?
Even if it's wrong.
Even if it's wrong, especially if it's wrong. So Grammarly announced, this was like back in 2017, Grammarly announced that they were going to be moving to a crowdsourced model of language to better represent the modern people or some dog shit garbage, right?
Ugh.
And what ended up happening is
I don't like how you're laughing. Are you laughing at something you saw, or are you laughing at the result?
The result.
Most likely.
Oh no.
What ended up
Let me
happening?
guess.
Well, what ended up
Mhm.
Go ahead.
I just want to preface this, right?
Mhm.
This is the majority of how people type, so Grammarly decided to let the majority vote work on how they dictated their language model. This is not me being racist.
I don't like how this
But
is
boy,
starting.
how did you appreciate Grammarly giving you the option?
So, what Noel Grammarly didn't give you the option is if you used Grammarly, this was for like about a whole week the option. the only option they gave you. What ended up happening is that everyone revolted. They fucking threw a massive fit over it, because what Grammarly was suggesting was they were suggesting a lot of incorrect grammar, like axing you a question and ain't a thing.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Say we don't need people typing like Rochelle.
Yeah. And so everyone was really pissed off at Grammarly, obviously, because they were like, no, Grammarly, we're using you so we can get rid of that, not add it.
Did Grammarly double down?
No, Grammarly, in fact, did not double down, because Grammarly thought they could be progressive and then realized that everyone that was paying them wasn't.
you mean there were office managers and other people who
Because you have to keep in
jobs.
mind is that one of Grammarly's big things is they were doing a lot of business partnerships. Enterprise level
Businesses
stuff.
don't want that language.
No, they do
They
not.
want professional language, business
Yep.
standard language.
Yeah.
Grammarly should be investing in helping people learn quote unquote proper English to be able to
Yes.
get jobs in professional workspaces,
Mm.
not encouraging bad habits.
Yeah, so just to
but
be clear,
that's
so
racist.
I let Grammarly read the documents from Dying Scarab for years. We're talking, we're at nearly 250,000 words. I probably fed at least 200,000 of those words into Grammarly, and I would get weekly reports back in the day. Oh, you're doing this much better than the majority of Grammarly users. And just when we scanned these documents, we were getting reports back of like 900 plus errors across 15,000 words, right?
Yep.
I was in the top percentile of Grammarly users in terms of accuracy of writing. Like, dozens of errors per page. And I was I was listed as one of the best Grammarly writers. And I'm just like,
Can't say I'm
oh,
surprised.
Jesus Christ.
Cannot say I'm surprised.
So it gets
Clearly,
worse.
they
It gets worse because we're not talking about Grammarly anymore. We're now talking about the UK.
Oh.
Because the UK
Oh no.
has the NHS. And the NHS, like all government bodies, loves its stats. Loves its stats. And the UK has just released a new report.
damn.
1/3 of first graders are unable to eat, drink, shit, or play with physical puzzles on their own.
Oh?
I'm sorry.
Oh. Oh, they are the iPad generation.
Well, yes, but they also can't eat, drink, or shit without someone helping them.
Yeah, because they were too busy being on the iPad to learn that.
No, because the parents were too busy letting the big kid
That's not
be on the iPad to
don't,
learn that.
Don't act like this is
Well,
somehow
yeah.
the child's
Oh, yeah.
fault.
Yeah,
No,
don't.
you're right.
You're
It's not
really
their fault.
awful. You're really awful at wording things, Boomer.
I'm sorry, that's my bad. It's not
Boomer!
their fault. Their parents are the one who put them on the iPad. But yes, it's because they
man,
were
that
only
sounds-
Oh, yeah,
on
because the
iPad.
fucking baby had so much control over what's in front of its sign.
But no.
You know, it can barely control its neck muscles, but
Clearly, it's the
My
baby's
niece-
fault for not asking its parents for Lord of the Rings or Hobbit to read.
I've seen this play out.
Shit,
because
man.
my
Maybe start a little
niece,
easier. Let's start with little Charles Dickens instead, man. That's
I was
Lord of the
gonna,
Rings is
I
a
was
little
gonna say Charles
advanced.
Dickens. I was gonna say Charles Dickens or Harry Potter. Honestly, just read the kid Harry Potter when they're growing up.
My niece's mother
War and
refused to
Peace.
potty train her.
Jesus. You'll be reading this till 2nd grade, little buddy. Good luck.
See, what we're going to end up having is they're going to clear their throat and pick up a book or whatever and say, Chapter 1, the story between... I'm trying to think of
So the other thing is that a bunch of teachers reported about 1/3 of the student body was trying to treat books like iPads, in that they were trying to swipe the pages like an iPad to go to the next page.
I mean, if they've never seen a real book, I can, like...
Yeah,
get
and
it.
that one's more understandable, which is why I separated it from the rest. But, like, eating, drinking, and shitting...
If they've never seen a real book... Well, yeah, okay, again, that one's...
No, it has physical pieces. You can physically...
And just to be clear, at the age of 7, which is what first graders are, 7 and 8, you can't eat and drink and shit on your own. 7.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, every single one of those parents should lose the ability to have, like, they should have their children taken away from them, because I think that qualifies as abuse. Like, that's
Absolutely.
practically a feral child.
That's a 100,000% abuse, yeah, 100,000. And another thing that teachers noticed was that a vast majority of first graders were unable to comprehend how to move puzzle pieces around, build things with Legos, or share. Because all of the kids weren't raised together, doing things together. They were raised alone with 100% access to everything they have. And so they never
physically played. That explains the Legos.
Yeah, and they also never... Well, no, they played with Legos, but they played with Legos on, like, the tablet. Or they did puzzles, but they did puzzles on the tablet. And the tablet doesn't require you to pick up and move the piece. The piece is already in the perfect position, and you just have to move it to the spot it needs to be in.
I can't move it with my mind. How do I play with it?
Yeah, effectively.
Use your hands, dummy!
But, yeah, so it's not looking good, gentlemen. It is not looking good.
No,
you know...
Future Generation's cooked.
Yeah, they are...
As Janae would say.
No, see, I like Cooked. I like Cooked a lot.
No, I do too.
Yeah, Cooked is a nice
You're either
one.
cooked or you're the one doing the cooking.
Yeah, you're either the chef or the food. And I like that. It's a nice metaphor. It's solid. Everyone, and like even my dad knows what I mean when I say cooked, and he basically doesn't even like know the lingo, right?
They
like,
got a few real bangers.
Yeah, it's obvious when you hear it. You're like, oh, that makes total sense.
Yep.
But
and then they come up with this 6-7 bullshit, and then it's
yeah, the 6-7 one I don't get.
And I was talking with I think it was Max. I'm pretty sure that was Max. About how basically like this one teacher was talking about how fucked the next generation of kids are because no, Cruel, you do not understand. You do not understand. We were cringe when we were kids. Not that cringe. We did silly stuff like sing songs badly, miss-sing the songs, make weird dances, Naruto ninja run, aura swag. Yeah, sure. But that's fine though. That's what I'm saying is that like aura makes sense. You say aura, people go, "Oh, yeah. Aura, yeah, that makes sense. That's a word I can understand in the context of it being used instantly without it needing to be explained to me what it means." And swag also was sort of self-explanatory. It's a way they walked. They walked with swag. Yes, okay, fair enough.
Wagger.
We were cringe, we just didn't have the iPads to show the world our retardation? No, but a lot of people filmed it still as funny home videos.
World Star exists, my brother.
World Star did
One,
exist.
World Star exists.
Videos.
2, World's Funny... Yeah, I was going to say. World's Funniest Home Videos were epic YouTube fails before... Epic YouTube fails were a thing.
Yes.
Yeah, lol, Renoir 9000, yeah, 2011, implying my face went, yeah. All fine. Yeah, then the third era, that's kind of... TBH, SMH is totally fine, because that is just, texting shorthand.
Radiation.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
Replying to someone with pepe.jpg is cringe. I use Famalam on purpose to sound cringe. Because I know it deals...
using the term myfacewhen.png considered cringe?
Is that something that... Does that deal damage to your little brother or something?
Yeah.
I was about to say, like, why would Sneaky use a term he believes is cringe? Oh, he's picking on his brother, probably. Nine times out of 10, Sneaky does the cringe because it's funny and it hurts someone.
Yeah, that checks out.
But yeah, I mean, you know, it's my face when or this gonna get good. Like that is it's an image that is clearly defined, and everyone knows what it means because everyone has it saved on their computer somewhere. Pepe.jpg. If you say Pepe.jpg, I mean, first off, there's so many fucking Pepes now. Like, that doesn't narrow it down.
Yeah.
Second off, what does it mean in this context? Like, my face when. You know exactly what I mean when I say my face when. Everyone knows what I mean when I say my face when.
Like, Pepe could be sad, Pepe could be happy, Pepe could be throwing out gang sign. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. You know. When you hear a younger family member talk about how cringe other people are when they say 6, 7, and all knowing it'll happen to them too. True. I mean, yeah, but it's like, here's the problem, right? It's the Facebook effect of toaster fuckers, right?
Yeah.
Originally, if you fucked a toaster, you were weird. Then Facebook happened. And now, when you fuck a toaster, you go onto Facebook and you search Toaster Fuckers Anonymous or Toaster Fuckers Proud, and you join one of those groups, and you all talk about how you stick your dick in toasters. And now it's no longer this weird thing you don't inform people of. Now it's this thing you post about publicly to people.
And that's how the Mechanicus gets made.
Well, no, that's not how the Mechanicus gets made. The toaster fuckers will never be Mechanicus because they will kill themselves before Mechanicus gets made.
Yeah.
But we were cringe, but when we were cringe, it was cringe. And as we grew older, we looked back on it and we went, oh, that was cringe. I'm not going to do that anymore. But
looked back in
now,
time, I should never do this again.
People are getting older, and they're looking back on it, still in the toaster fucking group, and going, yeah, I'm a toaster fucker. Not going, oh, that was cringe, I should stop that. Because now there is shelters for these quirks and these aberrations of behavior. And instead of growing past those behaviors, you're encouraging them.
They're getting reinforcement instead of...
Like, my little brother still isn't able to play a game. And when I say play a game, I don't mean he can't start up video games and play them. I mean, you will never see him play a game continuously. He'll put in 1 hour of Dota a week. He'll also have 1 hour of Tetris, 1 hour of this racing game, 1 hour of Risk of Rain, 1 hour of Darkest Dungeon, 2 hours of Fortnite, 2 hours of Marvel Rivals, another hour of Mario, right? Like, he won't just play a game, and because of that, he's never getting good at these games.
Yeah.
It's like when you play an open world game from Ubisoft and you play an open world game from Bethesda, and you keep swapping between the two because you're really in the mood for open world, except you have to spend like the first 30 minutes of playing the game forgetting that you're not playing the other game, so you stop, drinking all your potions or dodging when you should be attacking or interacting with someone when you should be crouching,
It's really fun
because-
playing like a Bethesda game and realizing that the mouse movement is capped because it's capped to your frame rate, and then
Yeah.
for some reason shit just fucks up if you try to change it. And you're like, oh, I can
Okay,
flick,
I mean,
and then
yes,
you don't
but what does
flick.
that have to do with any of that?
Well, I was saying
Yeah, I
more
don't know.
just like when you're. Okay.
I don't know what he was bringing up there with that one. He went weird places. But anyway, point being is that he's not developing a skill because he can't concentrate on actually playing anything. And this is an improvement over how he used to be. I remember when he was like around the age of 12, I went and visited him one day, and in the span of 10 minutes, I watched him play 15 different games.
Jesus.
Because he would hop into a Tetris game, make 2 mistakes, quit. Hop into Mario Kart, get into last place, quit. He would hop into Fortnite, die nearly immediately, quit. Then hop into another game, die, lose, etc., quit. And it was bad. And I looked at him and I was like, dude. He's like, I know I'm so bad at these games. I'm like, no, dude, you are just quitting too easily. You are hopping
Yeah.
between all of these games. He's like, yeah, I know, but I don't want to play the game after I lose. It's like, I get that.
What happens when you play a game? You lose
Yeah,
a lot.
yeah. It's
That's-
just like,
Yeah,
I
That's
get
why
it.
Stick
games
But,
around
have a
to
lose
get good.
condition.
someone's got to lose for you to win. And he's like, yeah, I know.
But he doesn't want to be the one losing.
Exactly, yeah. And like I said, I get it, but like, he's
I mean,
never
if you
going to
don't
get
wanna be the
better
one
at a
losing,
game
go,
if he
go
doesn't
get
keep playing.
Cheat Engine
It-
and use a
Yeah, go be Sign.
play a
Oh.
single player game.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, no, there really is a simple solution. Just stop playing competitive games. Like,
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
that too, yeah.
I have very few competitive games I'll play because I'm not in the mood, and it's a very specific itch.
Well, I
for
mean,
me.
it's also, it's just like, our age group, we're old. And
Yeah.
our reaction
We don't
time
have the
is slower.
reflexes we used to. You can beat us, I promise.
Not only do we not have the reflexes anymore, we don't have the time anymore. We're not able to dump 16 hours a day into, Counter-Strike or Dota or WoW Arena or Fortnite or whatever. We can dump 2 hours a day into it.
Yeah. I can no
Yeah.
longer memorize all of the maps and the locations I need to go and bunny hop here in this exact way and bunny hop there in that exact way, and you've catapulted yourself to the top of this map. Ha ha hee hee ho ho.
No more playing overnight without sleep.
Oh god, yeah.
I mean,
You gotta work
I
in the
say
morning.
do
yawning
that. You're,
right here.
you're just gonna pay for it the very next day.
Yeah,
You
but as
can
a
still
kid, we
do
didn't
it.
care.
Yeah.
As
Well,
an adult,
now,
that shit hurts.
Yeah.
as an adult, some people need caffeine to help, or copious amounts of sugar.
Caffeine doesn't coat it.
Sometimes
Caffeine
both.
stops cutting it.
Yeah, attention
Caffeine and
spans
sugar
have
stop
never
cutting
been
it.
shorter. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
Sign,
it's like
that's
we just
because
can't.
you're a pathetic addict.
Yeah, you just need to stop being an addict,
Yes.
Sign. But you know, we just don't have the time. We don't have the energy. We don't have the ability. And not only that, is we also have more money. You know, as a kid, we had $60. How much did games cost? $60. Well, I guess I'm playing one game for the next 3 months. So it better be a good one, and I better enjoy it.
Even if it's not a good one,
Or
I'm
play
gonna
it for 3
learn to enjoy
Well,
it.
or there was also the alternative, like I have $60. These games are 4 years old, but they're $20 each now.
Exactly, right?
Yep.
And,
yep.
and so that's what it was. I mean, A, it taught us deals, and B, it taught us everything depreciates in value, and C, we made good use of our time by sinking hundreds of hours into video games because we didn't have a large selection. Now, I mean, even fucking my little brother could afford dozens upon dozens of games, so he had, and because he doesn't have value of $1 because of this now, he doesn't have a real motivating factor to be like, no, I gotta play this game because it's like one of the 3 games I own. You
yeah.
know,
Well, and
it,
it's not just
Just
that. Even if they
directly
have
attacking
$0,
3 of you in this chat.
the amount of
what do you who the fuck who do you think I'm basing this on?
I would say even if you don't have money, the amount of games you can get access to just for free.
Yeah,
Free.
true. Yeah, and especially
Cheap
these
as free.
days.
Like,
yeah,
let's just take for example, Chinese game, Where Winds Meet. It has a little bit of AI slop where you like talk to chat bots. But otherwise, I played it. It's a super solid game. Like,
at least when I played Dota, I was good. I don't know what you guys are playing for. Yeah, fuck you.
It's specifically not trophy hours.
Yeah, no, I know. Look, I
the
never
sense
said
of
I was good
pride
at the
and
game.
accomplishment.
I just like
You
playing
know,
it, okay?
That's a lie. I've heard you guys complain about that game. That's a blatant lie, Atten.
I just
Yeah,
like
it's
the game,
just
okay?
a
It's
sense
fun.
of hate. Yeah. Like, I just like the game. Game is fun. Game is well designed. I lose games frequently, and I still have fun.
Doesn't practice, man. Why do I suck at this? True.
If only there were a way to get good over time.
That doesn't exist. Shut up.
What would we even call that?
Silence,
But
heretic. We did not request a porn opinion.
Dota
Is that
allows
what
you to
we're calling it?
decompress, and then I found the gym. The same. Oh yeah, totally. Gym is basically the same thing. I mean, get your blood pumping. You know, you're working something out.
Jim is video games, but you are the character.
Yeah. But you know, it's just like
But I can't quick save the gym when I do something stupid.
true.
No, you are fucked.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my main issue is that I
No, sign. My
basically can't.
spine is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are attached to your spine.
Y'all literally
Therefore-
broke me so bad I became a gym rat. Well, you know what? I do good deeds left and right.
Good
I
work.
tow my fitness to Atten's ass.
Yes. By the way, just so you know, I literally don't think I've touched Axe since. Because I was like, we'll figure this out. It was bad. It was real bad.
Axe is
Yeah.
terrible.
I don't think Atten's played off lane since.
No, I have played offlane, just not Axe.
Off lane support, maybe.
Well, yeah. No, I've played DK a couple times, and those actually went well.
But yeah. I mean, the point being though is right. It's like you're fucking 7 years old, and you don't know how to eat your own food. 7. You're 7 years old
What
and you
the
don't
fuck
know
are
how
they
to piss.
doing to eat? Well,
What? It's mommy cutting up the food for you and mommy feeding you it. Because mommy wants to mommy you. Because it's the only point in time in the entire day she probably interacts with a fucking sprog.
Because, I'm such a good parent, I'm feeding my child.
Yeah.
Not paying any attention to the fact that they spent the last 7 hours putting their child in front of the blinking scream machine as they're fed AI slop and videos about Elsa humping Spider-Man.
Yeah, Elsa Gate was pretty crazy. But no, like that's what I'm saying. So I was talking to Max about this. There's one teacher, and I'm pretty sure it was Max because it was an Asmongold video. But it was just one teacher that was talking about how she has to like jingle keys in front of her kids' class to make them pay attention during class, and this is like 4th graders.
Huh?
Yeah.
Wait, is it because it sounds like something,
keys.
or
No, just jingling keys because it's like, oh, new sound, stimuli.
Not just jingling keys. She has to do the TikTok dances, or go 6-7. Hey guys, 6-7 to get them to snap up.
Yeah, she has to do the 6-7 thing. She has the banana monkey.
Yeah, I think this was after last stream, actually.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I think we talked about this on the last stream.
Oh.
No, it wasn't on stream. It was afterwards.
Yeah, that's what I said.
But chimpanzani banani. Yeah.
What is a name?
It's like it's like a.
Is that an abbreviation for asshole?
No, it's one of those
Or are
fucking
you
Zoomer sound things. It's like they make the sound
Yeah.
and it's supposed to mean
Censoring
something.
ass?
No,
Yes,
it's a.
No, at Sneaky, it's literally meant to be a replacement of
Okay.
ass.
Okay.
Goofy ass.
Yeah, that's retarded. Don't
goofy
fucking
ass
use
converted to goofy ass. Literally, it's
AAV moment. Literally.
He deals with interns. Yeah, you have to, dude. You have to be the one to shape the interns, not the other way around.
no, bro? There's no shape.
Make
I've
them.
dealt with interns. I've dealt with the interns. You cannot shape them. You can only hope that they erode your sanity.
No, you can definitely shape
No,
them.
you can. You just have to mop them
100%. I know you can shape an intern because the interns I trained turned out good. The interns my fucking coworker that I bitch about all the time trains turn out just like him. So you absolutely can train
Sign,
interns.
I don't think that's meant to be a compliment.
Yeah.
Not for that reason.
Well, that's the reason he's giving.
Well, I
was
think
going to
those
say, I'd
interns would feel
psychologically
very
damage them.
safe if they were 18. After all, they're off the clock.
Jesus fucking
Damn it,
Christ.
Sneaky.
One of them is super smart, and I knew he could make it as a full-time employee. But he was unmotivated. Yep, no, classic smart
yeah.
person
That's
issue.
classic. The school system failed him, and now he's gonna fail in his job.
I
That
made
is
a
the
bet with
smart
him to make
person
him work.
curse.
Fair enough. Nothing makes a
Alright.
smart person work like spite. Okay.
Mm,
Not even spite. Just make it clear that you're gonna give him something challenging, and it better be challenging. Because you're like, all right, so you lied to me. So any challenge you have, no one else, because you're a
No,
filthy
because
fucking liar.
it's even if it's not challenging, it's a fuck you. Yes, I can do this. I will do this to show you I can do this. Fuck you.
Sneaky. That is entirely dependent
No.
on the smart person.
yeah, if you understand
here's the
psychology
thing.
behind it, you tell them to fuck
The-
off.
There's the ones who will do it out of spite every time, and then there's ones like, oh, my interest is piqued, let me try this. And then it's not a challenge, and they will no longer trust you and tell you to go bother someone else.
No. I was fucking right. Fuck you. I was right.
Woo.
Nice.
All
Damn.
that for
There you
a
go.
watch. What? Also, that's not out of spite. He motivated him with a reward. Like,
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
different
You
ways,
grabbed
Sneaky.
him.
Listen, humanity has run on spite for our entire existence. That doesn't mean it's the sole motivator for everyone.
Why am I being
Especially
fucking
not
pinged?
people who are smart and unmotivated.
Who's fucking pinging me?
He
Is that what I'm
forgot about
hearing?
the
Bro, he probably bought 3 of that watch.
Oof. Okay, we're not repeating that one on stream.
What is that noise I keep hearing pop up?
That would be the fucking Brits in the Steam chat talking about how to avoid the British broadcasting regulations on Discord. Fucking Brits.
Oh.
I see.
So, Britain and Australia are doing a joint venture together, pushing forward to fully enforce the age verification that they previously put into law.
Yeah, fuck
And
them.
now, to be clear,
How's that going?
I
I'm
fully
sure
support
that's
the
going
British
great.
government on this one. It's a hard thing for me to say, but I have to. I think the U.S. government shouldn't implement a similar law, but they should implement similar stipulations. I don't think anyone should be on Discord under the age of 17.
I was gonna say,
Yes,
are you
the
saying that
problem
because it means you'll
is-
see less British people, or are you saying that out of genuine?
No,
wanting to
I genuinely don't want to see children on communication platforms.
Yeah.
Which is understandable, but again, as we've seen time and time again since this started, the problem is they're going to collect and keep that data. They are not going to delete it like they say they will, and then that data is going to leak, and then there you go, your identity is out in the wild.
Obviously, no shit. And that's why I said I want the rule, but I don't want how they enforce it.
So,
Well,
and
unfortunately,
not
they
trying
wanna
to be
implement it
not
like
trying to
it's
be
cheap.
like, how would you right? You work on a lot of IT.
Sure.
What would you recommend they do? Right? How would you go about
Parent
enforcing
punishment.
that verification?
Credit card verification.
Parent punishment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Parent punishment
I
only
don't think the
works-
government should be involved at all with the handling of children. I think all of the penalties should be falling squarely on the parents, and if the parents are like, "Oh, but that's too much for us," well, just don't let them have a computer then.
Yeah, except parent punishment only works as far as it does when selling video games, for instance.
Yeah.
If you don't actively monitor the system, then come back to check in on it. Oh yeah, well,
Yeah, okay,
sure,
but
I can.
but
This account is
that has
totally for me
nothing to
and not
that
for
has
my
nothing
child.
to do with my point, and also Atten asked me how would I do it. The answer is parent
Yeah.
punishment. Now, obviously, the implied distinction there is, yeah, check up on it. No shit, Sherlock.
And how do you check up on it?
I mean, and it's fairly
Without
obvious.
making a database.
It's fairly obvious. If you have, yes, households would have to register with the government, not with the
Ugh.
private company. Because the government's already got all this fucking data. Like, I just want to be clear here. The government already has all this data. They already know how many devices you have. They already know where you go. They already know fucking everything. And the only reason why they don't know everything about you is because they haven't given a shit enough to look at it yet.
That's what the AI is for.
As someone who sells alcohol to people, I get people going, "Oh, I don't want my data. I'm data." The government already has your data. The company probably
You
already has
have
your
a
data.
fucking
listen.
driver's license. The government's got your data.
Like, if the government has your
I
data,
don't.
they're probably selling it to people.
I don't
Probably.
want to have an internet license. Okay.
I
don't want to
didn't-
need a license to view the pornography and have a wank.
No.
okay?
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. We need to have a broader restriction of, like, you can't register a phone, a smartphone. You can have a normal phone, you know, one of those old Nokia phones, right? You can
Except they
buy
don't make
that,
those anymore.
Nokia brick.
then just start making them again.
They won't.
They won't. Like, I
Well,
mean, sure,
they
fine,
do,
cool, you can
but
say that, but
They will if you implement a law that says children can't have a smartphone assigned to them. And yes, you have to let the phone company know who the phone's assigned to. You do have to do that when you assign the
You
phone.
guys know that you can still get non-smartphones, right? Like
Yeah, I know.
all the companies are
Yeah.
still
Yeah.
making those. In fact,
Yeah.
Nokia's has a 105 Classic. How about that?
Yeah.
This thing will probably one day kill someone because they threw it in anger off a bridge at a car. Yeah, this looks like a slightly updated version of the Nokia I had.
Part of it is that a lot of these
And
people still have kids and they're really fucking stupid. Yeah, so here's the thing is I don't really care, right? At the end of the day, I think stupid people should be obliterated, right? And do I mean killed? No. I just think they should be obliterated. If you're found in violation of these laws, your welfare gets taken away.
Take the guardrails off.
That's it. Your welfare. If you aren't going to follow government regulation, then the government isn't going to give you money. Simple as. It's like working a job. If you don't show up for the hours, you don't get paid. So glad I'm
Simple
in text
instructions,
today.
yet so
True, yes.
hard.
I appreciate you being in text today. You are restraining yourself immensely, and I appreciate
Yes.
that as much. But so that's what I'm saying, right? Is that's how you enforce it. Yeah, it may be a light penalty or something. But more often than not, just government punishment of we are withholding services from you is gonna be enough, really, to cull the population, shall we say, in a passive, non-active manner. And that's my favorite methods because I love passive methods because you know what passive methods do to people?
Forces them to adjust their behavior, otherwise
It doesn't
face
give the
consequences of
government
their own
power.
actions.
It doesn't give some retard the ability to be like, yes, today I sentence you to death. Why? Because I don't like you. Someone that looked like you passed me today on the way to work, so I'm gonna rule death penalty for you. It doesn't
Have
give some
sent the
retard that
police to
ability.
your location.
All it says is, oh, okay, so you're not going to listen to government regulation, then you will not be receiving your welfare check.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
We
if
can
you
always
don't...
go back to the shopping cart test.
Yeah, shopping cart test. True.
Yeah.
True.
Rip
I'll
fine.
see, every time I've seen people say this seems a little simple for a complex situation, and it's
Yep.
like, hey, did you put your shopping cart away? No, not really. It's like, oh,
Well, damn.
wonder why you
Well.
think it's useless.
But,
That's interesting.
Sign. We all know the only reason you've been returning your carts is because when this test comes up, we give you shit. We won't let you forget.
Yes.
We will not.
Yes!
You will stay on the cusp of being a drag.
almost like societal peer pressure.
The social
works.
pressure.
Yeah.
Right?
Almost like that works. But anyway, yeah, that's my point though, right? Is there is a lot of people that are really bad parents. Who do really bad parents typically be? They typically be people that are usually not doing too great financially. Why are they not doing too great financially? Usually it's because they're stupid.
Lack of forethought.
Yeah. Now, admittedly, there's going to be a fair number of people out there who are bad parents who aren't, who don't rely on government welfare and will just, do that thing that they did with the ESRB. Oh, what's that? The game's rated M? Well, I'm going to buy it for my kid anyway. All right, fair enough. But you can still make it hurt. Plenty of these families use kid tax credits. Plenty of those families still use things that let them depreciate, stuff and claim taxation relief and stuff like that. It's like, well, okay, well, that goes away too.
Okay, all right. So you've laid out all that. The problem comes in with the verification checks. You have to institute a form of monitoring, checking up, which means you also have to either do live face verification or you have to build a database. which brings us right back to the problem of building a database that ties your name to the
Not
things
really.
you're saying and doing that then gets leaked and gets you
No.
blackballed from employment.
Not at all. So you have to
Really?
register. Yeah, you have to register your phone with the phone company right now. Right now, before we even make any of these
Yes.
calls, we already have to do this. So
Well,
if you have a mother, a father, and 3 extra phones on the family plan, well, either the mother and father are using the Nokias and they're giving the smartphone to the kid. At which point, yeah, sure, that's going to be a little bit hard to tell, but that's going to be a really awkward situation when the third kid gets only a Nokia. And inevitably, the phone's going to break, and someone's going to have to buy a new one and bring it in and get that shit swapped. And, well, wouldn't it be weird if the parent has to explain why they have photos, naked photos, of their kid on their phone?
that's just normal.
Of their 16-year-old kid,
Depending on the context.
14-year-old
Oh,
kid.
okay. I did say depending on the context.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, baby photos, cute and all, but, when that age starts to get up and the kids start to get around that age where they start taking pictures of themselves and sending it to each other, then it gets a little bit weird.
That gets a little bit weird.
And you know what? Here's the fun thing is we don't even need to implement any rules or anything because you know what? Everyone's already tying all their shit to Google. And you know what Google does by default? Sync all your
Scans
photos.
all your pictures.
Yeah. So that shit's already getting scanned. So
I don't like corporations or your average Joe.
Yeah, but you don't have to. You don't have to.
Law enforcement arm.
Well, hey, first off, you don't have to take naked pictures of yourself. Second off,
Please,
you don't have to
turn. Fucking do that.
You don't have to turn the sync on. Yo, I know. That's the point sign. Is teenagers
most people are,
are going to do it. Yes, that's the point sign. They are going to self-report. I don't even need to make a new policy. They will report themselves.
But, again, as an employee, again, having worked in tech and dealt with naked photos before, you're not supposed to dig through that. You're not supposed to look. If you just happen to come upon a picture of one of your clients doing something illicit that pops up in a thumbnail, just
don't need to
pass it.
Again, just ask Google.
You're using Google, and that's a problem.
Well, that sounds
we do
like
not
a problem
want
for
Google
them.
scanning our shit.
Google already has all the scans signed. That's my point.
They're already doing it.
I'm saying
yes,
they need
obviously.
to stop. It needs to be made
I would
illegal.
like them to stop, but here's the thing, sign. Is no one's going to do it. No, even if we say Google, you have to turn sync off on default. You cannot auto sync photos when people attach their accounts. And you know what the first thing people are gonna do? How do I turn auto sync on?
It's not even the syncing that's the problem. It's the having an AI scan it or having a person review it that becomes the problem.
Well, that's got to be reviewed anyway. No, it doesn't at all. No, it doesn't at all. If you go up to a warehouse owner and you say, warehouse owner, I would like to rent space in your warehouse to store these objects. The warehouse owner goes, okay, well, what are the objects?
You tell him it's a box of photos. I don't want you looking through them. And if he goes and digs through them, guess what? That's a Fourth Amendment violation. That violated your privacy. He is fucked.
No. Not if the agreement you signed with them, which is the current agreement you signed with Google, is you can look through my shit to make sure I'm not committing crimes.
Yeah.
Then that's on you for signing that stupid fucking agreement. But
that's my point.
But
that's my point.
That courts have hold on. Courts have already ruled that you cannot legally sign away any of your rights in a TOS, and that includes the right to privacy, implied or otherwise.
Certainly.
That has already been ruled on.
Yes, you are correct. You
Yeah.
cannot sign it
The
away in
problem
a TOS.
being-
However, if you are purchasing a
not being
service from
enforced.
someone, you can
You
sign
still
away your
can't
rights.
sign it away. No, you
Yes, you-
can't.
Yes, you can. If you go and
Hang on.
hire a driver from a driver company and say, hey, pick me up at this location, and you come running out with a bag and you're like, all right, go here, the driver can be like, yo, what the hell's going on? Why are the alarms going off in that building? What's in that bag of yours? And that's not a violation of your amendment right to not be searched. You're committing a crime. If you commit crimes, you waive your rights to a certain extent.
Yes,
You obviously have a right to be
in
tried and
order
everything, but, you know.
In order to learn that you committed a crime, they would first have to violate your rights, which kind of
Sure.
fucks them. It does
Sure,
not
and
fuck you, it fucks them.
And if you are storing zip files on the Google platform or the warehouse or whatever, if you're storing only boxes that are sealed, then sure, fine, maybe that is a violation. But lots of people don't zip their photos signed. Lots of people just upload the raw fucking image, and that's not a crime to have that scanned beforehand.
Yeah.
Especially since these companies are also legally responsible for hosting malware on their websites. That's a legal responsibility for Google to not host malware on Google Drive. So they are legally required to at least look at some of your files to make sure that you aren't committing crimes.
Yeah.
Now, are they abusing it? Yeah, kind of. Right now, they kind of are abusing it because they are going into people's Word documents and being like, oh, we don't like the naughty words you've said in this Word document, so we're going to delete it.
And ban your account.
And ban your account. Yes. Yes. And so, yes, that was a thing, and then Google did that, and that it was, incorrect. Because that was an application of a legal requirement of theirs that they misused for the sole purpose of ideology. Which is a violation of their amendment. But if, say, in this Word document, they were going like, okay, here's how we're going to go kill the president, it's not a violation of privacy to report that.
Again, if you even looked at it, it was a violation of privacy. I don't care that it was out in the open.
It was a legal requirement. They are legally required to do it. So you have to also strike down those laws saying that, these companies can now host anything.
That is... they should be allowed to scan for things like viruses.
Child porn?
Do you know how they scan for child porn, Sneaky?
Yeah, they look at the images. I'm aware.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Okay. Enlighten me then.
They use a hash of known child pornography images.
Sure.
This hash does not contain the actual CP in question.
Sure.
It contains... Alright, it breaks down the photo of this child.
It breaks
and
into
goes,
ones and zeros and creates a hash out of it. I'm aware, yeah.
all this shit.
Yep.
And collects it in batches. And if any of this batch matches, okay, this might be child porn.
Yep.
Okay. It is possible to false positive this by going, oh, hey, look, I have a picture of my kid in a swimsuit, and they've done that before.
Yep.
And when they're not using the big database of actual known child porn, they're using AI, which, as we've seen,
false
has
positives,
problems differentiating between a kid wearing a full body swimsuit and an actual naked person.
Yeah, I'm
and
aware.
So on and so forth.
Yep.
And in order to clear that, then you have to have a person doing it.
Yeah.
But again, in order to get to that stage of personal verification,
requires
some violation of rights.
You know what else is a violation of rights sign? The warehouse
porn.
owner not investigating an issue of a possible crime, such as if you are paying a warehouse owner to store storage crates on their property,
They're not
and it
allowed to
turns
look in the
out that those
crates.
crates are full of people.
I'm sorry, you're not allowed to look in the crates. If you walk by the crate and you hear somebody banging on the side of the crate, then
Yeah.
you can call.
Yeah, and how do you hear a picture sign? You don't.
No, you don't hear a picture, Sneaky.
Yep.
But this is all right. This will be the equivalent of walking by and peering in the windows. You're not
Yes.
allowed to do that.
Actually, you are.
No, actually,
You are not allowed to walk up to somebody's curtilage and peer into their windows.
No,
That is
actually,
illegal. That is trespassing.
actually, a guy
No.
was prosecuted, for indecency because he was
If
naked
it's
in his
visible from
house
the
with his
street,
windows. Yep.
yeah,
I
It-
remember.
it's visible from the street. And see, that's the important thing. For example, a police officer is not allowed to go behind your house, peer in your kitchen window, and see you whacking yourself off and go indecent exposure.
Yeah.
He's not allowed to do that. Now, if you've got that back window up and a neighbor looks in and sees it, they can get you for indecent exposure then, because they weren't in your property, they were on their property, and they could see it. So indecent exposure. But the police
The problem
officer
is the metaphor
is
doesn't really
full-
work because of that.
No,
The problem is,
digital
Sign-
environments definitely change things, and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying at the end of the day, unfortunately speaking, the shit you can have in a digital warehouse is a lot more sketchy. And so if you're going to have these cloud systems, well, they're going to be used and inevitably abused. And if these companies are going to have any sort of legal liability, because, if we don't tell Google to search their photos that they store on their cloud websites for illegal activity, then we can't hold them legally liable when we find it. And
Yeah,
you want
which
these
personally I
companies
think
held
that's what it
liable.
sh-
Yeah. No,
Like-
and I agree. You do want these companies held liable, because otherwise they just do the shit you did back in the day of the warehouse guy just being like, I didn't know. But everyone knows you use that warehouse guy because he doesn't ask questions.
Yeah.
And so it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And what
Now,
I'm
I will
saying
say,
here
because
is
of digital environments being what
Yeah.
they are, you can how do I say this? You can be more specific in what they search for, right? Like, I don't want them to search any pictures, but we can hold them responsible for executables, right? Now, of course, people can get around that by
Sure.
putting things in a zip drive.
Yeah.
But-
But what I'm saying here is mostly it's just like you can't tell a company that they're not allowed to look at the file that you're uploading to their website. That's silly.
You can, and we do.
Because Sign, at
routinely,
minimum,
every day.
Sign,
It's
at minimum, the company has a right to protect itself and its property. Because
Yeah.
if I upload mailerdemon.exe to order Amazon's cloud services to repeatedly ping every other cloud server every 0.1 second to check if it's
And-
got a new
That'll be
file.
hilarious.
By the way, this happened. Amazon Cloud Services did get used in a giant hack, and now Amazon's a lot more strict about what
Mhm.
they allowed uploaded. Because it turns out companies don't want their shit getting hijacked. Big shock.
And even if they didn't, it's their property.
We don't want
They
their shit
have-
getting hijacked.
Well, yeah, we don't want it getting hijacked either, because then people can do terrible things with it. But it's their property. Now, they're
Yeah.
using their property to sell that, but just like a store owner has the right to defend their property, Amazon has the right to check, and when you accessing the property means that you could start putting explosives in it. They have the right to check that.
Yeah.
Like, when you use a storage unit sign,
And like at the
every
end of the
single
day,
one of those agreements has something along the lines of,
You're
we
not
can
allowed to keep
check your
explosives
unit
here.
Yeah, but more importantly, it also says we can check your unit at any time we feel like. That's why we have a key.
yeah.
We can also let law enforcement into it any time if they provide a legal warrant.
And it's just, at the end of the day, it benefits everyone, because honestly, if you don't want Google to look at your pictures, stop uploading them to Google. No one,
Yeah.
like, having a home cloud server where you can store photos isn't illegal. Do it yourself. It's
Most
really
people are too
silly that I'm
lazy or
telling.
stupid to do that.
Well, then they better follow the law.
Yeah. Like, guess what?
Yeah.
Guess what? All of the photos that I take at, like, 40K events, guess what? Those are all sitting in the Google Cloud somewhere. Because I want those pictures. I want to be able to go back and look at them and look at the cosplay, but I don't care enough to keep it, like, on my phone forever. So
Yeah.
guess what? I pay Google $5. No, it's like $10 a year. Yeah, like $10 a year for a terabyte of digital storage.
Yeah.
The end. I don't give a shit, because in my case, I'm not doing anything illegal, and I'm fine with Google being able to check my photos for horrible illegal things.
Yeah,
And
and
yeah,
that's really
I'm
careful with-
giving up my right to that privacy.
It's the difference between, them installing a fucking video camera in every room of your house and you going to a publicly accessible location, storing things at a warehouse with video cameras, and then getting angry that there's a video camera that caught you doing something. It's like,
Yeah.
well, the video cameras in your house are a breach of your privacy because it's your house. It's supposed to be your area where you can do things. And yes, obviously, if someone catches you doing something illegal, they're allowed to stop you in your house, because that doesn't mean that those laws stop applying to you. But it does mean you have a reasonable expectation of privacy. But if you're going to a public location that anyone can access, you don't get to complain that there's a camera there.
Yeah.
Even this event, I didn't take a single photo.
Expectation of privacy.
Well, it's not there's no expectation of privacy. It's just you're going and using a public service. Whether that service is digital or physical, it's not private.
Yeah.
Like, if your ISP was, like, reading the photo data you're transferring between two computers on your internal Wi-Fi network because it travels through their router, I would be angry.
They already do that.
I'm aware, and I'm angry. I also don't use their routers.
Don't tell them to T-Rex anybody.
I'm aware. But if the ISP wants to monitor what I send out of my house, well, I'm using their services to do it. It's kind of their right. It's why when we mail shit, we don't have an expectation of privacy. If the mail company that we're mailing shit through goes, wait a second, this package is too heavy, or this package is making odd sounds, or this package has an odd stain, they're legally allowed to open your mail and make sure that you're not trying to mail a fucking bomb.
This package is ticking. Maybe it's just an alarm
I
clock,
found
or
the
maybe I
source
should
of the
open it.
mysterious ticking noise.
It's
It's a
ticking.
pipe bomb.
It's a pipe bomb.
Yay!
Voldemort, Voldemort. Ooh, Voldemort.
I'm so sad that
Such
they
a good-
fucking nuked that series in such a sad fashion.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean I can't go back and enjoy the good stuff.
True. But yeah, so anyway. So that was that crash out. Yeah, so British children are fucked. American children probably are about the same or worse than the British children, let's be honest.
Super fucked.
And with the graduating class, oh, this was the other thing, is there is a graduating class of 2 people in the entire graduating class that would be considered literate. Like, with advanced literacy, like capable of reading a normal book. Literate.
Well, good news,
2
Sneaky.
people.
They'll never be on this podcast.
No, they're definitely showing up on this podcast.
The last 2 authors left in the... No, I'm sorry. The last author and last reader left in the world.
Well, no, because it was 30% weren't literate in 4th grade. 30%, sorry, 30% were considered illiterate by 4th grade. 30% were considered as having only a 1st grade reading level by graduation. And it was 2% were considered advanced literate by graduation.
This is America?
Yeah, America.
That's No Child Left Behind.
Yeah. And so what I'm saying here is they're going to show up on this podcast because they're going to try and use AI to write a story for them. And it's going to be unintelligible garbage. But if you want further proof of how absolutely fucked shit is, My Dress Up Darling has 42 fanfics.
Yeah.
People don't write for new stuff.
Well,
Oh.
okay, no, My Dress Up Darling doesn't really have that much of a plot that you could write a fan fiction on. Yeah, sure, okay, you could write some
Okay, fair enough,
slice
fair
of life
enough.
bullshit or some porn. I'm
Where's
guilty
Black
of that.
Clover?
But
Where's Black Clover? Black Clover. Everyone was raving about Black Clover. So
Black
where's
Clover's
Black Clover?
trash. Give us Jujutsu Kaisen.
Black Clover has only 1,000 stories.
No, fuck Black Clover. JJK. Everyone loves JJK.
Fine, JJK.
It's more popular on
Jujutsu
AO3.
Kaisen has 2,000 stories on FFN. All right, fine. AO3 is the more popular source, sure. So we're gonna go to archive.
It's also split across all 3 iterations. I think like a manga, anime, and whatever. I think there's a novel or something. But yeah, there's a decent number I think on there. When I was looking out of curiosity, because I was like, huh, JJK's out of small on FFN.
Yeah, I consent. I agree. Yes,
I
yes.
can't believe they subdivided that.
JJK, Jujutsu Kaisen. Okay, yeah, wow. Holy shit. Wow. Okay. Yeah, but most people are double tagging it, looks like.
Okay, yeah, I can never tell. I just knew it was like a split across 3. I figured some were doing like individuals, but I could never
All right,
tell.
so here's the real test.
Oh no.
How do I? Yeah, here we go. All right, so if we move all of the Fujo fics, or is it?
We're gonna move all the Fujo fic directly to Sign's server.
I just want to be clear
trash.
here. I just want to be clear here. We had 90K JJK fics on AO3, which is a massive change from FFN. So FFN pretty much is just a dead server. So JJK is 90K fics on AO3. Removing the gay fics, which are written by women for other women for the sole purpose of being women, so they can goon to the idea of men having sex with each other. And this is not an exaggeration. Something like 85% of all gay stuff is consumed by women, like including men on men.
Yeah.
So women consume the hyper majority of Slash. Too many pretty boys? Yeah, well, is what it is. So if we remove the Fujos, we are left with 40 K fix. Oh no, like okay, 37K fix.
Jesus!
37K fix. Yes, that's right. We went from 90K to 37K fix, removing the
In the grim
Fujos.
darkness of fan fiction, there is only war.
Yeah.
You reduced it to nearly a third.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is sign. That is how like AO3 is proliferate. Like go to any
Mhm.
fandom that's like pretty
Any
small in
fandom.
FFN. There's
Yep.
a decent chance that the like either the gay shippers or just gay shippers as a whole basically haven't conflated like a lot of one shots, maybe smaller things or just dead ideas that went nowhere. They balloon the fandoms.
Okay. So they just threw out a whole bunch of bullshit that filled up numbers. Because 1,000 words is enough to be considered a story.
Well, that they're individual posts then. Like, yeah, like they conflate them a lot, especially if you just kind of cut shit out.
I am trying to see if we can't remove original female character from this list, and it doesn't look like it's gonna let me.
You have to basically trim the list down as much as possible to get that down because they only use popular tags first.
Yeah, it doesn't let me. It doesn't let me add the tag in.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem with AO3 like filtering. You have to like filter out the most popular things or whatever first, and then trim down like what's left.
You can manually add the tag to remove.
I don't think.
I'm gonna
Can you?
try, but I don't think it's gonna let me.
Don't they have the fields where you can just input shit still?
Oh, yep, it did. Okay, it did let me remove it. Okay. Yeah, but it doesn't give you a prompt saying that it's a valid tag to remove. You just have to
throw it in there,
worry about it. Yeah. So, okay, we have to remove the reader Fujo shit as well. All right, so let's add reader to the another reader sort. Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay, so we removed all of the Fujo fix. We removed all of the women desperately pining after the bad guy fix. And we removed all of the women desperately pining after the bad guy fix, but I'm disguising it as a reader fic. Okay, so we... So after all that, we're down to 20K stories.
Oh my god.
Yep. Wow. I'm not surprised.
Holy fuck.
Not in the... Yep.
JJK is yaoi slop. Yeah. Don't forget the authors that do lots of gay fics without tagging it.
I mean,
yeah.
Any
that does still blow
hot
FFN
male
out of the water.
characters is gonna be Fujo. Look at for sure.
Oh, you're right. I have to add you. Apparently you was in the tag. I have to add.
Oh no.
All right. I cleared out.
No.
Jeez, I added you in, and it fucking removed 8,000 more stories.
Jesus fuck.
Jesus.
That is bad.
This is getting a little bit much, gentlemen. I'm gonna be honest.
I know it's fucking AO3. Damn.
Oh,
joined?
Steam or Discord tried to protect us.
Yeah, apparently. Unfortunately, we're all still here. Okay, so let's see. Are we down to something that's actually fucking readable? Holy shit.
Nope.
That's just incest.
What is it?
Fugaroshi Megumi's mother times Fugaroshi Toji.
Toji. Which one's Toji?
The Zenin clan.
Toji.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's just incest then.
Yep. Let's see. Jesus Christ, some of this shit is just so fucking degenerate. Holy fuck. alternative
came to
no
AO3.
power AU within the first 3 stories. God damn
Is it coffee shop? Is it coffee shop?
College.
Oh, college. That's just as fucking bad.
Because you know what I think when I see JJK? I think, damn, this is just like college.
Yes.
Well, no, hang on, Sneaky. To be fair, JJK is set in a quote-unquote high school for supernatural kids to teach them how to be exorcists. And I believe there is a college level of that further on.
Sure.
I'll be real, Sign. When I think of JJK, I think of like the whole wizards fighting.
To be honest,
type
JJK
shit.
is a real school fic.
Yes.
Yeah, all right, fair
I
enough.
don't-
All right,
I
But
don't,
it is
I
a
don't find the
school
idea of them going to
story.
college interesting.
No power
No.
AU though. Let's see here. JJK. I'm raped as a kid. Okay, moving on.
What?
Thank
What?
you, Fujo.
That is.
By the
certainly a
way,
thing.
written by a woman, Fairy Witch 11. Yep.
Of course.
Collection of JJK panels I love. Wow, so original author. Original character. Misogyny and Murder. By female author, because of course it is. Let's see here. What else do we got here? Okay, some little fluffy scenes, self-insert OC, Blue Lock.
I'm sorry? The fuck's a blue lock?
It's that one soccer anime.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And yep, it's the soccer anime.
What the fuck?
Popular Japanese soccer manga about a ruthless, ego-driven soccer training program created to make soccer super soldiers after they lost the World Cup.
Oh wait, I think I remember this series. I heard of it because the last season it got was like one of the
And
shittiest seasons
all of
ever.
the guys are in chains and they look really epic. Yeah, this is 100% a girl gooner fic. Yep. No, this is 110% girl goonerism.
Female author syndrome.
Don't get me started on Blue Lock. True. What the fuck did Phoenix post earlier? Premier GPT, generate a familiar for me. Make sure to emphasize them being wise, beautiful, power, and divine. Your familiar is Freeran.
It already exists. It's Freeran.
AI, you just want me to write Freeran stories? I will, but
yes.
I know what you're doing.
This cracked prompt at the start of the stream would be funnier than 99% of the stories on this stream. Yeah, and that's how it goes. Here's the thing, Phoenix, is that you had to think for a fraction of a second about making that joke. And that's more time than all of these authors have collectively put together into how to write their stories.
Oof. True, but big oof if true.
Megumin's mom and Toji made Megumi, or was it Megumi times Toji gay incest? Megumi's mom and Toji. So, so it's normal? Okay. So it's not incest. Okay. I don't have time for a female author binge. Don't read sports fics if you can't understand the sport. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of those things that I really find frustrating with a lot of stories, especially whenever someone comes out of Japan wanting to write their idea of how an MMO works, and they propose a whole bunch of game mechanics that just absolutely will never be how a single MMO will ever be made at all, ever in the existence of MMOs. No one will even make this as a joke. Those mechanics are so fucking dumb.
Yeah, but sometimes it's funny, and we get things like Beaufort, which is just made for lulz.
I'm gonna be honest. Beaufort was pretty normal.
What do you mean normal? Like
The
normal by
entire
Euro
premise is that no. Listen to it. The entire premise of Beaufort occurring is a character did something that the devs didn't expect, and the devs
Yep.
are constantly on the back foot trying to patch whatever new exploit the character has stumbled across because they are desperate to fix the game to make her play, quote, the way she should be playing, even though what she's doing isn't actually an exploit, it just wasn't something they ever expected someone to do. And so they didn't build the game around the idea that someone would do that.
Single stat enjoyers.
Well, no, because they built the game around the idea of someone going all in on agility or strength or intelligence.
Yeah.
They just never thought someone would go all in on defense because then you wouldn't be able to do damage in their minds. But the problem is as they expanded upon the game and added in other things like buffs and auras and, oh, but what if someone eats the monsters? We should give them fucking little something silly. Yeah, sure, but it should make it hurt so they can't do it too often. Oh yeah, that's a great idea. And no one at any time ever asked, but what if someone put all their points in defense because that's stupid? Who would ever do that?
Yeah, that does just sound like the typical game dev cycle.
Yeah.
And then the entire thing was just, okay, we're gonna put this in. This will beat her for sure. We're gonna force her to play the game the way we think she should be playing. And are you really gonna look me in the eye and tell me that isn't modern game devs?
Yeah, that's modern game devs. I'm sorry, you're right. That is totally modern game devs. How do we nerf this one motherfucker? Because his strategy is about to become the new meta.
We're
We
gonna
have to prevent
change the
that.
whole game for the sole purpose of punishing one person who got popular for doing something that no one else is gonna repeat. Yeah, that's modern fucking game devs in a nutshell.
Unfortunately.
But anyway, yeah, so like Sao is a great example of, oh yeah, you know, creatures only respawn so many times.
Yeah.
What, an MMO? What do you mean?
Yeah, that's fucking dumb.
The wolves respawn 30 times and then there's no more wolves?
Like,
Oh, so
I
you
do
programmed in
appreciate that
populations.
in later, in like, oh my gosh, I can't think. The good version of the light novel,
Progressive.
we just kind of tried to sweep that under the rug.
Yeah. No, and it should be.
Well,
Honestly, it should be.
Okay, no.
I mean,
If
the
they
crazy
came
part
out
is
and
he could have had that, but it's like what you do is you make the milestone levels. You make them so that you can farm them out completely, and everything else in between is a hell level, where things will continuously respawn. They just have lower drop rates for stuff.
alternately, if you did it and you said, "Hey, look, we're pretending the world is living, so mobs don't just spawn out of fucking nowhere. They breed, quote unquote. So if you kill them all, guess what? You don't get the
No,
level anymore, motherfucker."
See, actually, there's a
And
really
that would
interesting
be-
game. No, see, you can actually do that. You can't do that in MMO, but you can do that in
Yeah,
a MO, multiplayer online. Not, you can't do it with massive because if you can't control how many people are in the server, then you're just gonna someone's going
It's gonna
to
get
do
wiped,
it.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
someone's gonna do it.
Absolutely.
But if you're like, okay, 20 people are in this server, then yes, you can set rules, have peer pressure, and generally, like, you know, roleplay it out. Because there is a game that does this. It's a Minecraft knockoff called Eco. And the idea is if you build lots of, like, furnaces and burn lots of coal to melt lots of iron, then you're going to pollute the local area, and the water gets bad, and the fish start dying, and the trees start dying, and that sort of thing, right? And so the whole idea of eco is if you like overfish, then fish stop spawning in that river until you start dumping
Makes
fish
sense.
into the river. And that's the whole idea of the game is literally, there is a limit on everything. I mean, obviously it's gamified to, after over time without your interference, it does rebuild to a certain level. But it's poorly implemented, to be fair. But that's because the people implementing it didn't really understand game mechanics. They came at it from an ideology perspective, not at it from a game mechanic perspective. So when it came time to gamifying the ideology, they did it poorly.
As tends to happen, yes,
Yeah.
in such cases.
And it is pretty hard as well, because it's like, well, what's the motivation to melt iron down? Like
Weapons.
Yeah, but why do you need
Kill the
weapons?
monsters.
But what if there's no monsters?
Because you melted all the iron down to kill the monsters.
No. It's like because it's called eco. So there's no monsters. There's bears, sure, but they're not like hunting you down every night.
Structures, then.
Exactly, but why would you build? Why would you play the game? Like, what's the point of playing the game? There is none, and that's why the game fell apart and never got popular. Is because in Minecraft, the idea in Minecraft is that you work your way down the tech tree, get diamonds, fight monsters, beat the Ender Dragon, beat the game, right? But there's no beat the game in Eco. There's no monsters in Eco. There's the only conflict that exists are the ones you create, which I mean is kind of fine, but you also only have an average of 10 to 20 people per server. And if you're creating conflict with 10 to 20 people on a server, well, some of those people are going to stop playing. And then when enough of those people stop playing, then the server dies and it's over. So there's like, yeah, sure, it's cool that if you like do heavy industry, you pollute, but why would you do heavy industry? What's the end goal of the heavy industry? Nothing.
Yeah.
There's no Factorio style making machines to make more machines. No, it's just you shove coal and iron into a furnace and it melts into a bar. There's no like, okay, then I take the iron and I build a blast furnace and then I melt more iron down. No, there's none of that. There was no tech advancement because they came at it from an ideology perspective instead of a game mechanic perspective.
Oh, so they just completely dropped the ball on everything that would keep people playing.
Yes. And they also made it super punishing to not be ecology focused. Like, so say if you do actually just want to make a factory, you get no benefits from making the factory, and everything around you dies, and you die.
Wow, that's fucking dumb.
Yeah. And it's just like, okay, well...
What game is this? Ecology?
Eco.
Eco?
ECO, yep. I'm baffled. I thought women gooning cared more about the story and scenes and goon material than the guys. This shit's like more vapid. No. Women goon material is the most vapid shit in existence. It's why I constantly say that you will never find more shallow, vapid garbage than female goon material. It makes no sense at all. It never makes any sense. It's always the most insane shit in existence. On the AI page of this AI roleplay website, there is a shitload. The number 3. So first off, everyone's saying, "Oh, the number 3 most gooned to AI roleplay for women is ICE officers." Yeah, but everyone's ignoring what number 1 and 2 are.
What are number 1 and 2?
Serial murderer and rapist.
Yep, that's yeah.
Like you bring up this whole like women being massive goon thing reminds me of like I remember hearing like a article or something about how this one guy tried to like bribe his girlfriend with like 1K not to play that like female gooner game.
Yep.
You know, I think, and she didn't even last 2 days.
Nope. Yep. No. Yeah, because she doesn't value money.
Like,
I wonder why.
He tried to bribe her, and it's like,
she values emotion.
Which
It-
female
it-
Gooner game?
It's why
Love and
women
Deep
make
Space,
up
I think it's
nearly
called.
80% of the consumer market. They don't value money. They value money as a way to make emotion happen.
Yeah, that's why they want gifts and other things, shinies.
Yeah. They don't care about the currency. They care about what the currency can cause for them.
Yeah.
I would spend thousands of hours in a game like Beaufry. I
yeah.
would no-life the shit out of a game like Beaufry.
The great thing about Beaufry is canonically it has time dilation, so you could spend 20 hours in the game, and only 1 hour has passed outside in the real world.
Oh, good.
And they
Just what we need.
they dial that shit up for certain events. They dial it up to 100x. So yeah, no. This is my life, this game, not no life it.
Oh, there's definitely nothing that could go wrong with that.
Isn't that how New World died? A very limited resource got camped by in-game cartels, and they thought these groups would fight each other, but instead they banded together and just controlled prices on everything. Yep. New players got shat on. Yep. Yeah, basically they thought this whole thing of like, oh, we're gonna New World again. New World's actually a great example. New World. So how many of you guys played New World at all? Besides Greg.
I wanted to play it.
I did not.
It looked really good.
I saw, I think,
and then
you
I
I
got
had
to read
zero
reviews.
desire to
and
play it
aren't
because
playing
Amazon
it?
made it and I didn't give a shit.
Yeah. Okay, so New World is actually a fantastic example of what happens when you let people who don't know how MMOs work design an MMO game. So, in the game, they had this admittedly kind of cool idea they ripped off of Guild Wars. In Guild Wars and New World, your equipment details your skill set. So what abilities you can use, right? Great Cleave can only be used with a great sword. Shield Block can only be used with Sword and Board. Piercing Thrust can only be used with a spear. Fireball can only be used with the Fire Staff, right?
Yeah.
Now, what separates Guild Wars from New World, and why Guild Wars is still successful and New World isn't, is that New World made only the weapons be how you got skills instead of your class. Like, they don't have classes in New World, period. So there wasn't a core staple of skills to rely on that you would then modify by using different weapons. Your skills were your weapons. So, obviously, because, I mean, in their minds, if we gave every weapon 3 skills and then only had 10 types of weapons, then we only need to balance for 30 skills, right? No, because you can swap weapons. You have 3 weapon swaps. So actually, you have to balance for 90 combinations. 90 different ones.
They fucked themselves.
Yeah, well, not only did they fuck themselves, but they did the classic retarded dev thing on top of that. So the Fire Staff had a dash, and the bow had a dash, and the Priest Staff had a teleport.
Oh no,
What
we
do you
combined
think-
all 3 of these.
What do you think people combined to move places faster when they disabled land travel? Like mounts. Like there was no
Dash.
mounts in the game, to be clear. There was no mounts until the latest expansion pack.
And then the game
So
died.
what top 3 weapons do you think were used the most?
The ones that gave movement skills.
Yep. And the devs got mega butthurt over this. They're like, no, you're not playing the game correctly. It's like, well, you didn't give us a movement speed booster, so if we want to get somewhere, then we have to do it this way.
So, hang on. They didn't like that you were going too fast. You're not walking like we wanted you to.
Yep.
I didn't want to walk. I wanted to go fast.
Yep. And there was no flight points, so you could only walk places as well, on top of that.
That's
So,
fucking dumb.
yep. Also, every town had its own inventory bank, which means that if you were going to move to a new area because it's a higher level zone, you had to load yourself up to your max capacity so you moved hyper slow, and then slowly drag yourself over the course of several hours to the new town, hoping that no one attacked you along the way.
Oh god, that
Hell
is
no.
terrible.
Fuck that.
Yeah. 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 It was awful.
Everything
guessing
about that is
people saw that and. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and so then they also had
everything
this
you said is
thing
terrible.
where iron veins, or we're gonna say iron veins, black iron veins, star metal veins, and god tier, right? So we're gonna call it god. The final tier is god tier. That's not what it actually is, but I'm just using this as an example.
That's fine.
In their heads, they were like, okay, so we should make lots of iron veins everywhere because people are going to be going everywhere, and we're going to make iron super plentiful. And then you can refine some of that, and that's going to make it really easy for people to get into professions. And then we'll add a final progression tier for the next tier of profession where you can turn 10 iron ore into 1 black iron ore, or you can find the more rare black iron ore spots. It's like, okay, fair enough, I suppose, never leaving a material behind. And it's okay. And then they're like, okay, but star metal is going to be 100 black iron because this is going to be like near end game stuff, right? And it's going to be when a star metal locations, there's going to be like 2 star metal spots on each zone.
Oh, those are getting camped so hard.
Yep. Of course they fucking got camped super hard. And because nothing was instanced, because they wanted to preserve the market balance.
Oh no.
Yeah, because nothing was instanced, everything just got camped. And because everything was PvP, you just got attacked.
Let me guess. If you tried to get those, you got killed, and if you tried to gang up and kill those people camping it, they had entire cartels worth of people protecting it.
Yes, they already had cartels worth of people protecting it, and on top of that, all of the other cartels made agreements with all of the other cartels to not interfere with each other's duties. And yes, early on, everyone was making a play to control the map, and then everyone realized over time that actually it's a PvP game, you can't control the map, you can't have enough people in your guild to control the entire map. It's just not possible because of all of the constant guaranteed PvP cycles, because every 12 hours the zone would get contested, and then you had to fight for the control of the zone again. And
so they stopped trying, didn't they?
Nope, they didn't. They went to all of the other PvP guilds and said, we'll take Far Harbor, you get Coldwater, you get to keep this one, you get to keep that one, and you get to keep that one. And we all band together as a giant alliance, and we all work together to prevent anyone else from taking them.
Yeah.
And so it was, and then because each server had a max cap of 2,000 people per server, and each guild had a max cap of 100 people per guild, you could never gather enough people to fight the in-guild alliance off.
And let me guess. These people that were farming the mats would either be perfectly willing to sell you those materials for real money, or they sell you the equipment for real money. Hundreds of dollars worth of money.
And because they all already agreed that who gets what, they also all agreed on the price of all the materials.
Oh, they set the prices too.
Yep.
Fuck you.
Yep. Yeah, so basically, if you wanted to get star metal any other way, you had to literally harvest, I think it was something absurd. It was like 13,000 iron ore to make 1 star metal.
And the devs didn't ever try to fix this by changing the
the
rates
devs
or
abandoned the
anything.
game.
The
Oh,
game's dead.
Yeah, the game's
no,
dead.
I know the game's dead, but the devs just abandoned it.
Yeah, no, it was a couple months in, the devs just abandoned the game because the problem is they tried to pull an Arrowhead in where they tried to fight the game community on how they should be playing the game. And they just kept updating all of the skills to punish people for using the skill incorrectly. And eventually
What?
Amazon was like, all right, this is not worth the squeeze. We're cutting the team, we're cutting losses. And they shut down the game.
What do you mean using the skill incorrectly?
Yeah, you see, the high-speed movement skill that causes a fire trail behind you isn't supposed to be used to move around the map quickly. It's supposed to be used to create a fire trail to damage an enemy.
Fuck you. No, I'm using it however the fuck I want. You should have anticipated that when you made
Yep.
it.
Yeah, well, you see, here's the problem, is none of them play video games, so they couldn't anticipate that.
Ah. So
Yeah.
they didn't naturally go, oh, hey, this goes fast. I'm going to use it to vroom vroom
They
around
also
the map.
had no QA besides internal QA, and because none of them knew how to play a video game like a video gamer would play a video game, they were like, oh, wow, everything works so great.
And then people immediately broke it.
Yeah, and then people immediately broke it day one.
Yeah, of course they did. What a surprise.
Oh, no, they're not playing it the way we want to play it.
Yeah.
I guess we'll have to change it. No, you let them play how they enjoy it, dumbass.
No, see,
Doesn't
the
make
cool
the video
devs
game
are
fun.
like, yo, we didn't intend that. So we're going to adjust the skill, and here's a different skill to make up for it.
Or you have my favorite devs in existence, the Star Sector devs. We noticed players talking about and doing this one thing in our game. We didn't realize you could do that. It sounds cool. We're going to then make it an official part of the game and expand upon it.
I remember there being this one dev. He's like, hey, can you all send me these speedrun shit? I want to see this. This stuff's cool. I want to implement it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna canonize this. We're implementing all of this. This is cool.
Nice.
When project managers run design, this trash happens because of all their MBA degrees. Yeah, well, I mean that's the problem, right? Is they think market acquisition. The thing is, the reason why the crafting system was so ass.
As a project manager, I resent that. However, you're entirely correct. Most of them are idiots.
Yeah. So the thing is they were thinking acquisition, right? So they were thinking in their heads, okay, if we make the crafting system obnoxious and require thousands of iron ore for anything, that means we can sell iron ore. And if they don't want it, they can go farm it like a normal person. And then that means they'll be spending hours upon hours upon hours in the game, which means they're more likely to buy some of the other things we offer, like expanded storage space and expanded bank space and increased weight limits and the other things you can buy with microtransactions. And when you say microtransaction as a project manager, the fucking everyone else just claps like fucking seals of, oh my god, this is going to make us so much money, because people just love buying microtransactions.
No, we don't.
I mean,
I hate to break this to you. But Helldivers is currently #1 most revenue generating game on Steam, because they just released a new war bond. They actually uncanceled the Redacted Regiment war bond. And why did everyone buy it? It's because they announced that they were wrong, that the stealth system was in fact not working at all, and they have taken steps to fixing it. We're sorry.
Oh, wow, they finally admitted it.
Oh, well, good
Yep,
for them.
and so everyone rushed to go buy the new war bond that added stealth guns. Which, by the way, they're dog shit. The guns are dog. I watched the review on them.
Of course they are.
And the guy is a die-hard Helldivers fan, and he's like, yeah, these guns are dog shit. They're worse than the normal guns. They barely, yeah, sure, they give you a little bit of stealth, but not useful at all on like half the enemies. So
Well, maybe maybe the ODST guns are actually good now because those were stealth related.
nope.
Aw. Well, I'll still use them.
And then on top of
They
that,
don't do enough damage to be useful.
the special weapons. God, the special.
None
weapons.
of the primaries do enough damage to be useful. They're explicitly designed not to.
Yep.
No.
It's like, oh, you have to use your stratagems, guys.
No,
I mean,
oh yeah. By the way, they added a new mission type. It's called Commando. You know what happens during Commando missions?
you're not allowed stratagems.
Your guns.
You're not allowed to use stratagems.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so the entire game, according to the game devs, is balanced around you using stratagems to defeat your enemies instead of you using your primary or secondary weapons. And they just added a new game mode. A forced game mode, might I add. You are not allowed to not use this game mode if you go to certain planets. Which, by the way, are mission-sensitive planets. So if you want to participate in their global PvE system, the one that gives you rewards for participating in it, you have to do this game mode. You are not allowed to not do the game mode if you want to participate in the global PvE.
Is it like a challenge mode or something, or what?
No, it's not. Yeah, it's Commando. It turns off stratagems. You can only call in weapon stratagems. You can't call in bombardments. You can't call in strikes. You can't call in eagles. You can't call in anything besides special weapons.
The
Well, I
things
can think
that
of a
don't
few ways to make
actually
that
work because
No,
they
special
nerf the
weapons
fuck
work.
out of them.
No, special weapons work
Special
sort
weapons
of,
are-
but only like some of them, and they're not enough to handle hordes.
And they're sending hordes, aren't they?
Of course.
I mean,
Ah,
all right. I guess I'll just spawn a grenade launcher and ammo for it then. Cool.
Yeah, well, you're gonna run out of ammo real fucking fast because you can't call in anything else.
Yep.
You can call in ammo backpacks, can't you?
Yeah. Once.
get fucked.
What do you mean once?
Once.
You heard
It's
the
a com-
man. Once.
It's a commando mission. Once.
Yeah,
I'd
that's
have to
fucking
actually
dumb.
play it to see how bad it is.
Oh, people apparently love it because it adds a new level of difficulty to the game. Because
okay,
it
Well,
this
that's
needed to be
because they're
harder.
people that genuinely play like all the time.
Yeah,
the
exactly. That's my
sweaties.
point. Yeah, but except the problem here is it's forced upon everyone else who doesn't play all the time.
Hey,
When a
this
game-
sounds real familiar.
Yeah, right. When a game does good, the project managers take credit. When the game does bad, the developers need to fix it. Yup. It's baffling to me that Helldivers is still popular. I played for an hour and refunded, was boring as fuck. So it gets way less boring the higher difficulty you get, but the problem is it's not fun to play high difficulty anymore. Because the high difficulty is so obnoxiously difficult now, it's absurd. The bugs are so overtuned. The last time I tried playing it, I was dying on rank 4 of 11. Sorry, 4 of 13 now. I was dying on 4 of 13 difficulty against bugs.
Oh, they
Bug
added 3 more
creatures.
difficulties now.
Yeah, because it wasn't hard enough.
Oh, were you playing with a team as you're supposed to?
I was playing with
Because
friends.
that's what. Were you not sucking?
Oh no, we loaded up with all the counter bug weapons and armor, and we were communicating and calling shit out, and we just got overrun. Yeah.
Well, then sucks
We need
to
a new
suck.
lost planet.
That
Maybe, yeah.
that content's not for you, I guess.
Yeah, it's not. I uninstalled the game and I haven't been playing it for, phew, jeez, we're going on like 5 months now. So, it's just, game devs don't know how to make fucking video games. MMO writers don't know how to make MMOs. It's just, it's what it is, But
Yeah.
Anyway. Don't know how people can enjoy some of those stories. Game design is just taking bets. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Oh, yeah, sure, absolutely, 100%. I just feel like some of the bets are more obvious, you know?
You would think.
Like, I'm gonna bet that this person's gonna drink water today. Well, there's a really low chance they might not, but there's a really high chance that that bet's gonna pay off. I mean, sure, it's basically a 1-to-1 bet, but it's how I got promoted so fast, because I actually play games, so I know what mechanics might work. Yeah, exactly. Some of them are super fucking obvious. Like, if you ever sit to yourself and think, man, that sounds tedious, it's probably not going to go over great with the gamer base. And now, sure, admittedly, if the rest of the game is fairly fun, they're going to overlook it. They're going to be like, yeah, it's tedious, but the game's fun.
There's one exception to that rule, unfortunately. RPG
Mobile
fans.
market's wild because everyone's trying to copy two games, Royal Match and Monopoly Go. Yeah, that's true. It's crazy how much money Monopoly Go is raking in.
Monopoly
I'm
Go?
surprised. I was going to say, it's Monopoly. Yep. I'm not that surprised that Monopoly Go is doing well. There's something in Monopoly that just, like, tickles some part of your brain, I guess.
The only thing that Monopoly tickles in my brain is the rage and urge to murder people. So I don't think.
That's why I don't ask you to play Mario Party.
Mario Party is hilarious.
Mario Party is completely different. Monopoly, I can't stand Monopoly.
No, would you be willing to do Mario Party?
Monopoly ends friendships.
Will I play Mario Party? No. I have to buy Mario Party.
You should play Mario Kart.
I mean,
I would have to buy Mario Kart.
Can't talk about this on Twitch, never mind.
Yeah, don't. It's so hard to slowly move games from whatever genre they are into barely concealed social casinos. And then they always make good money. Of course, social casinos make good money.
I'm sorry, what?
It's called
social
a casino.
Casino?
Social casino, yeah. I mean, like, we've talked about with Cruel about this before. Farmville added a literal gotcha mechanic to the game where you can gotcha better stuff, and they've made millions of dollars off of it on the first month. So I took that bet 3 times, and each time I got promoted, shit's a cheat code. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. See, this is what I was trying to explain to Aeon a couple conversations ago. I was having with him a couple days ago. I was trying to explain to him that shit's going to get bad because there is a lot of people that don't have a lot of stuff. And when you don't have a lot of stuff, a 1% chance of 99% chance of dying, 1% chance I get stuff, that starts looking really good to a lot of people when they don't have a lot of stuff to lose. So you you gotta fucking be careful about that shit, because people want stuff, and people will always think they are the main character, and they're gonna win the role. Just one more role, just one more role. Bro, it's not like I'm paying $2,000. I'm just paying $20, and then when I win the role, I'll have saved $1,000. And then $2,000 later, they still haven't won the role. But now they've spent $2,000 on it, so now they have to win the role, or otherwise they've lost $2,000.
It's gambler's fallacy.
Yes.
Yeah, and it works.
Yeah.
It's a fucking cheat code on people. Like, there's so many stupid people out there that don't know when to cut it.
Well, yeah, that's why casinos are still in business.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, dude, everyone's trying to be DraftKings. Everyone's trying to add Polymarket to their stuff now as well. Everyone was trying to be DraftKings. Now everyone's trying to be Polymarket. They're trying to add betting to everything, because people love betting. Because The best bets are the ones you don't die when you make them and lose them. And we've had thousands of years of evolution grinding us into the better's market. Okay? Like, hey, all of those guys that said I could totally take that mammoth and died, well, they're dead. They're not reproducing. All of those guys that looked at the mammoth and said I can totally take that mammoth and then won, they're reproducing.
Yeah.
And all of those guys that didn't go take the mammoth on, they starved.
Well, and then we learned that it's much easier to just drive the mammoths off a fucking cliff.
Well, yeah, exactly.
And now there are no more
Said,
mammoths.
hey, wait a minute, I can just pay other people to do this.
Yeah. Then that happened. Well, no, see, actually, wait a second, I can just pay other people to do this, is actually how they're now discovering most villages formed. Is because one guy was like, whoa, wait a second. If I put plant seeds into the ground, I get more plants. And if I get more plants, I don't have to go find plants, I just have plants. And then other people came up and were like, whoa, you have plants. Can we have some of the plants?
Those plants.
And he was
I'll
like,
give
well,
you meat
I'll
those
give you
plants.
some of those plants, but you have to take care of them. And they're like, well, that's a good deal because you know how to get plants, and I can pick a plant, so I'll pick the plant, and you get more plant. And everyone's like, yeah, this is a great deal.
We have the one guy who does the plants, and then we have a few guys who do the hunting, and then we have the people who do the chores, and it all works out because we all trade shit we need between each other.
Yeah, so it's just like, that's how the first village is formed. Of one dude just being like, whoa, I can get plants. And that's what it is, right? So this whole fucking thing, it's, I'm sorry, but it's, you're not going to beat gambling. The only way you can beat gambling is by over-exploiting gambling to the point where no one else can make money off of them because you're making all the money.
Or somebody has to get burned bad enough to where they'll never do
Nope.
it again.
Nope. You know what happens when you give someone on the Vegas Strip $50 and they're a bum?
They go gamble immediately?
They go
Or they buy
gamble
a
it to
bottle
try
of
and make
liquor?
it 200.
Of course they do. And they lose it.
Because you don't understand. If they turn this $50 into $2,000, then they'll have $2,000.
But you're not going to turn that $50 into
But they could.
They could, though.
But you won't.
But they could.
But they could.
They could.
The odds are against it.
But they could.
How do you know? Maybe they'll get lucky.
They have to try. Like, you won't know until you try, Sign.
Yes, you do. That's what statistics does.
Yeah, but
And I get
Sign,
that their mind doesn't
Sign, these
process
people
that.
are homeless bums who spent their entire life savings on gambling. Do you think they know what statistics are?
Do
you think they care?
I think they know what statistics are because they are one.
No,
That's the
they
only
just,
reason.
Now,
they
Sign,
they'll get lucky.
Sign, the people that are statistics, they don't know their statistics.
Oof.
So
Now,
for
what
anything
if I
good, you gotta
gave
gamble.
them a
If I
statistic?
make it to executive level with this bet, I'm naming my private jet retards. No, you have to name it the golden retard. Their mind doesn't process these things. The off chance they win, they get $2,000. If they don't, they just lost $50 that wasn't theirs. Exactly. If they don't win, then they're back at zero, and they were already at zero. So it's basically like they didn't even lose.
Okay, but you could have taken that $50 and used it.
But
to
it's like they didn't
buy a
even
new
lose,
tent.
Sign. But they didn't
did
lose. It wasn't their $50.
You were given $50.
But
That
it's not
$50
their
became
$50.
yours. It became
Yeah,
yours the
that's-
moment it entered your hand.
Sign.
It's not
It
their
wasn't
$50.
their $50.
It was someone else's.
They
good
didn't
deal.
earn it, so it doesn't matter. Yes.
Yeah.
Like, Sign.
Let me tell you about a story from my boss about a previous company he worked at. Lots of people of that company really loved sports. And one year they were like, "Oh, hey, how many Squares games do we have going on in the office?" And they're like, "Oh, there's like 5 different games. So guys, how about we all win some real money and we make one giant game?" There was one guy who said this and suggested, and everybody was like, "We love this idea." This dude got all the money.
Yep.
Mm.
And then he left.
He
Everybody,
just
but
collected the
before
money
he
and
left,
fucked off.
everybody was like, "Hey man, where's our money?" And he's like, he just kept telling people, "Oh, I'll get it, I'll get it, I'll get it, I'll get it, I'll get it." And then they found out he cut and run because the dude took all the Squares money and went to Vegas and was like, "I can double my money in this high stakes poker game that I go to."
Oh
And
yeah.
then I'll
He
have doubled
disappeared.
my money.
Yeah. Then he shortly
He
disappeared
played.
after losing it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He played
It's like he
never
investment
existed.
banking.
Now,
off the face
to
of the
be
earth.
fair, on the flip side, FedEx did double their money.
Oh yeah, that one guy who
The CEO of
FedEx.
FedEx who took everyone's wages and said, "My company is going to collapse if I pay these wages out. So I'm going to take everyone's wages and I'm going to keep gambling until the company collapses or we're out of debt." And he fucking did it. They got out of debt.
He didn't just double it. He doubled it, then doubled it again, then like a number of times back to back.
Yeah,
did
he
this.
took it from a single month's payroll to like literally paying off the company's debt.
Like, yeah, it got ridiculous.
Yeah.
But that's what everyone looks at when they think of gambling. They're like, I could be him. I could be him.
You're not going to.
You are not him.
No, but they could be.
But it could be. No. You won't.
Bet it all black. It just takes one win.
Or let it ride.
You're not gonna win.
But
That's
I
what you think.
could.
Now,
No, you
I
cannot.
will say, I am very skewed on gambling because I went to Vegas for my birthday, and
What'd you win?
I was doing pretty good at the blackjack table, and then I was like, oh shit, the play Rock of Ages is like in 2 minutes. I gotta get down there. Fuck it, all in. And the dealer's like, you sure? You have like $2,000 right now. I'm like, yeah, why not?
You lost it all.
The dealer busts. I got a 7. I had a 3 and a 4, and I'm just like, shit, hit. I get a 2. I'm like, fuck.
Well, goddamn.
And so I'm like, all right, well, I just have to hope the dealer busts. He
And the dealer
gets a
busted.
15. Hits 23. I'm like, oh,
Why?
holy
Why would he?
fuck.
Why would he hit?
Dealer has to
'cause,
hit below
uh,
Until
16.
you hit
Yeah.
a certain point.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Most
did not know
casinos, the
that.
dealers have to hit below 16.
So
That's
dealers have to
amazing.
hit. So dealers usually in most places, but Vegas blackjack is dealers have to have a hard cap of 17 and a soft cap of 16. What that means is that if they get 16 to start with, they don't have to hit. But if they get to 16 when they're hitting, they still have to hit.
Yeah.
If
Okay,
they get to
then.
17, they stop.
Yep.
I gotta say though, Sneaky, I love that this story is the epitome of how to run from a bear. Don't be faster than the bear. Just be faster than the other guy.
Yeah, the dealer's just looking at this and he's like, holy shit, you are lucky. And I'm like, yeah, can you cash me out on that one? Because I gotta go.
I gotta go, and it's never gonna be this good again.
Yeah.
So then I went and used that $5,000 to buy a graphics card.
Hey.
Understandable.
Okay.
But yeah. So I'm like I said, I'm a little bit skewed when it comes to gambling. So then I also went in one time with $100 and left with 0. But you know,
That is
Yeah,
how
that's
that works.
fair.
but I only lost $100, and I walked into the casino thinking, all right, it's okay if I lose $100 because I've already calculated that that's an acceptable loss. So I lost 100, and I was like, all right, I'm done.
Yeah, that's fair.
The only two games worth playing in any casino are blackjack and poker.
Yep.
Otherwise, you're just throwing your money down the shitter.
Yep. It used to be back in the day roulette. Like my grandfather, major gambler.
Yeah, used to be.
He actually had a whole spreadsheet about the odds for roulette based on where the ball previously landed for each different casino in Vegas.
Cool.
That's crazy.
Problem is, they now have a
He was right, by the way. Just to be clear, he was right. Earned a fuck bucket of money on it, and then was like, "All right, I earned the fuck bucket of money. Time to not get killed," and left.
Nice.
Understandable.
But yeah, nowadays they have bumps and slow motors,
clutches, or brakes, and so on. Yeah, they can control
all kinds of fun little cheating mechanisms.
Yes,
we call them cheating when the house does it.
We call them experience optimizers, Max.
No, it's cheating.
Surprise mechanics.
I don't care that you paid off authorities to redefine what it is when you do it. It's cheating.
No, it's absolutely cheating. But, well, you came to play the game and lose. You came to lose. That is the experience you were coming to get. You knew it. So don't complain when you get the experience you paid for.
Yeah.
That is literally the reasoning behind that shit. Behind casinos and all their bullshit. Well, you didn't come here to win. You came to lose. Because that's the experience you came for. Winning is a treat.
Yeah. Basically.
That's some grade A gaslighting. Holy shit.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah. So anyway, point being, a lot of people are retarded, and it's only gonna get worse. None of you guys are the Duke family in the back of the 18-wheeler? True. Yeah, gambling mechanics are the way to go. Never trust an MMO writer because they're always going to fucking write it wrong. Effectively, unless you play video games, then you actually know. So here's that's the thing is the high point of Helldivers was when the CEO forced his team to play the game. And play it, but so they were playing. They were like, "Oh yeah, we're playing the game," but then it got revealed they were playing it on difficulty 4 of 10, and people were like, "You fucking dipshit! If you're not playing it on difficulty 10 of 10, then how the fuck are you balancing it for difficulty 10 of 10?"
Yeah.
And the CEO was like, "All right, yeah, we're gonna have a mandatory game hour. You're gonna have to play the game on 10 of 10." And wouldn't you know it, 10 of 10 got better to play the second the devs started being forced to play it.
You know, it is interesting that after the CEO stepped down to become, was it lead of creative or something?
Lead creative, yeah.
Suddenly the game got worse again.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting.
It's why I like the Ultra Kill dev. It's because he won't make a difficulty he can't play. Yeah, exactly. If you're not playing your game to the point of obsession, then how are you supposed to tell me what makes your game better? Like really, how are you supposed to? Well, yeah, but how are you supposed to make a game? How are you supposed to sell an expansion to me, to your game, if you don't know why your game is good?
Yeah.
Shut up, give us money, and look at the pretty flashing lights.
Payday moment.
Let me jingle the car keys. You need me to jingle the car keys for you?
You're right. He's cracked, and he can keep a pace with his own community. Yeah, I know, but like, I'm not saying every dev needs to be playing, hyper death kill mode. But I am saying that if you're part of the balancing team, you
need
better
to play
be.
hyper death kill mode.
You're no, not
Oh, yeah.
not need to be mainlining it, but your most played game should be the game you're balancing. And then you do need to check yourself, because that's the other problem, is that you also have moments where you don't check yourself because you played this game so much and you're like, oh, well, this game mode's easy. I'm going to raise the difficulty. I'm going to balance it higher. And then everyone's like, yeah, but we're not putting 8,000 hours into the game. We can't play this difficulty. And so you
Yeah.
it's a
I believe
very
that happened with Team. I believe that happened with Team Cherry
yes, Team
when
Cherry.
Silksong's release.
Yep.
Because
Yes.
they were the only QA testers.
Yep. They kept.
of a
That
team
was
of
also the reason why
3?
it took so long to release it, because they kept playing like 5,000 hours in the game every time they made a new boss. As they they just kept running the boss.
And then they would tweak the boss, and it's like, guys, no one has touched this yet. You need
Now,
to get some
to be
outside
fair,
QA,
to be fair to
please.
Team Cherry, we currently have people beating the game by not moving. So,
Okay, how are they managing this?
carefully.
That's a
'Cause, like,
spiffing vet video, isn't
I
it?
always love seeing the people who are like so absurdly cracked at Elden Ring or Dark Souls or Monster Hunter, and they're doing the most random shit to avoid boss attacks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, great demon. I'm just gonna lay on my back and watch this combo with
No,
me
like
while
there
I
was
enjoy the
straight
sun.
up a moment in Silksong where because the hitboxing is so precise, there's a specific outfit that Hornet can wear that lowers her pixel count by like 3 fucking pixels. And so if she stands in a very specific spot on a specific boss, none of their attacks will ever hit her.
Unintended, but
Yes.
hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. If a P50 player is able to beat difficulty 4, we can just double everything, and a P100 player can beat difficulty 8. That logic doesn't work. Internal QAs become cracked at the game and then become bad references. They play the game as a job, so they become so good at the game they have to work less. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's you need to have people that check themselves, right? Is your game balancers need to play the shit out of the game so they can understand what needs to be balanced, but they also need to have people in the team that check them and be like, no, it's only easy because you've played so much. So it's a tightrope you have to walk, and I understand that, and I understand it's very hard. But that won't make me less. I rather the game be overtuned because the devs are playing it too much than the game be undertuned or overtuned because the devs aren't playing it enough or are playing it on like difficulty 1 once a week and are like, oh my god, I keep dying to enemies. This is too hard. And so then they just make random fucking changes, because that's what was happening, is because on difficulty 4 certain enemy types don't show up, and they wanted those enemy types to show up on difficulty 4, so they just kept tweaking the spawn rates on all of these different enemies until they started showing up in the correct amounts in difficulty 4. And so then that's why when you were playing like difficulty 8, it was just like literally only chargers. Everything was chargers. It's all chargers. And it's
Stupid.
Yep.
Oops, soul chargers.
And like that's why the stratagems are balanced for difficulty 4 and not difficulty 8. It's because the devs that balance the game are playing on difficulty 4, and the recharge rate of the stratagems make perfect sense if you're on difficulty 4. So it's hard. It's hard. And I give credit where it's due when the devs properly balance the game. But also at the same time, video game is an art. You have to work hard to make art. And I'm sorry, I know it's also a paycheck, but it's art first.
I'm glad
you
you're
know.
getting paid for your art, but I'd like you to master your art.
Yeah. If I'm paying you for an experience, I want that experience to be worth the money I'm paying you. And if I'm screaming and punching my computer or desk because I just died to some random bullshit because you couldn't be fucked to play your own game, yeah, I'm gonna be unhappy. Just like how Miyazaki adds a fucking poison level to every goddamn game he plays and then forces the entire team to play through it because he likes the idea of them suffering.
I was gonna say he doesn't actually do that for good game design. He just fucking hates you personally.
Yes.
Every single time someone doesn't read Berserk, he adds another poison level.
Someone being all of Silksong doing... Oh, yeah, that's right. Someone has already beaten Silksong using only taunt damage.
Hey, yo, what the shit, bro?
Didn't know there was a taunt and that it did damage. That's always my favorite thing to find in a fighting game. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, this character has a specific taunt that does damage. Like, what the fuck? You go look at it, it's like, what do you mean someone figured out a touch of death that starts with hitting with a taunt?
But yeah, so the Silksong players are a little bit cracked, I'm gonna be honest. Like someone's already beaten the game. Apparently there's some item that has like a timer to it where you only have so long to use the item or get the upgrade to the item before it rots or something. It's called courier rashers. Or it's like if you die, you lose it or something. And people have already beaten the game with every single courier rasher buff. Or debuff, or whatever the fuck it is. Like, it's this insane time-based shit. And people have already beaten beaten the game after getting all of them. And it's like, what? Like, these buffs or items are only supposed to last for so long because they're expecting you to take X amount of time to beat this section. But these people are just like... It's like, fucking what? For reference, a P100 player, the kind of retard, will always exist. Don't consider them while you're balanced because they'll break the game with skill. Just don't try to punish them once they do break the game. Yeah. You shouldn't punish the all gas, no brakes players. You should never punish them. It just makes no fucking sense to punish them because you like that's why WoW is dying. Oh, Rasher is a timed item that lasts 5 minutes. If you get hit, you lose 20 seconds on the timer. Yeah. So someone's beaten them, getting all 4 Rashers, and then going to the final boss.
What the fuck? I mean, good on you, I suppose.
It's like, what? Yeah, Silksong players are cracked. Look, Silksong players had to wait a really long time to get to Silksong, so they became so cracked at Hollow Knight that that it consumed their life, sacrificed hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then yeah. You don't want to make your dedicated player base punished for playing your game too much because that makes no fucking sense. But you also don't want to balance the entire game around someone who's put 3,000 hours into the game, because that's going to make it impossible for your game to expand. Look at Payday. Look at WoW. Great examples of this. Payday's player base stopped expanding because they started catering to the 1% that were doing the hardest missions blindfolded. WoW's player base just plummeted off a fucking cliff because they catered to the top 20 players in the world. They balanced raids around the top 20 players in the world.
Yeah.
Why the fuck would you do that? Makes no sense.
Because they're the only ones keeping my game afloat.
You know, but the real reason as to why they balance the game off of the top 20 players in the world is because the top 20 players in the world were streaming it. And so that was the only time they ever actually saw their raid being played is by the top 20 players in the world. So they're sitting there and they're watching the players do some silly, crazy shit to like drop the buff without dropping the debuff and then doing this to cause this to happen and then swapping the damage out for healing and then turning the healing into DPS, causing the damage to spike to 7,000% for 1 second, triggering another round of it, causing the boss to DPS themselves to death. And so then the devs sit there. By the way, I'm not making this up. This is an actual thing that happened in WoW to one of the bosses.
Of course it was.
And then the devs sat there and freaked out, and they're like, oh my god, we have to patch this out, we have to change these abilities, we have to nerf this, we have to do this. And so they nerfed all of these mechanics so hard so it couldn't happen again. And then the game became fucking unplayable for a bunch of classes because those were their core mechanics of their classes, and it took literally the 0.00001% of the player base to make use of those skills in that exact way at that exact moment to cause that to happen.
Yeah.
And then Gray and I couldn't fucking play the game anymore. Like, it was literally impossible for us to play the game. That's why we stopped playing. Everything just got so overtuned as we couldn't raid anymore. We couldn't PvP anymore because our classes were out of meta now. And normally being out of meta just means, like, you're not the best. But, like, Gray and I were dropping into an arena match and then dying.
Literally, in the 3v3, if you weren't running with the Disc Priest, aka the best fucking healer to ever exist, at the time, you instantly lost. Because no one could output as much healing as him, because it was both healing and shield, which no
Not
one
only
else in the
that,
game had.
healing, shield, and damage. He was he wasn't the highest damage, but he was significantly high damage on top of all the heals and shields he was dropping. And so it's just like, how the fuck do I kill you? The answer is you don't.
Because Dispriest's healing method isn't, okay, I'm going to sit here and cast a giant heal on somebody like Holy Priest. It's, I mark a person, and then I do damage. I heal the lowest HP person in my group. Hoop/raid. Which, in an arena setting, is broken.
Yep.
Yeah. It's insane. And as Cruel brings up, in these world races, basically whenever the bosses were hyper overtuned, and then whenever the boss finally gets beaten by the world first racers, they untune the boss.
Yeah, they specifically make the raids and the mythic dungeons and all this bullshit. They make them overtuned so that they can have the thing last longer, which in turn means that more people are looking at WoW.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's insane. It's fucking it's just baffling. Beyond crazy. It makes no sense at all. And it got to the point in WoW where if you didn't have, like, what was it, Gray? Like 4 different raid add-ons?
Oh yeah, that.
You're asking the wrong person.
Sorry, my bad. But yeah, it was like if you didn't have weak auras, ready to shout, tagger, and like if you didn't have all these long list of fucking mods to your game, to modify what showed up on your screen, how it showed up on your screen, how you got notified. And these mods were doing like insane shit too that would normally be literally cheating. Like they were reading the boss's action cue and shit
They
to
were
tell you
literally
what to do
giving
next.
you know, like 5 to 10 seconds of stuff before it happened so that you could get ready for it.
Yeah, and so instead of the boss having like this unbreakable 10-second, countdown timer till they cast some sort of, explosion spell that you have to hide behind the pillars for, the explosion spell instead had a 0.5-second cast time because the devs just started assuming that since a majority of top level raiders use these mods, everyone is using these mods, air quotes, and so therefore they have to tune the raids to with the expectation that you're using these mods that are reading the action queue. So they move the 10-second timer to a 0.5-second timer. So if you don't have the fucking mod installed, like me because you don't want to, or like Gray because you blew up your computer the last time you tried to install the mod,
Yeah!
then you just die. And everyone's like, "Oh my god, why didn't you get behind the pillar?" I'd be like, "What do you mean get behind the pillar? What the fuck was why did it, what do you mean?" They're like, "Don't you have weak auras?" No.
No!
Oh, well, you're kicked. And then they would kick me. And I'm just like, so because I'm not modifying my game, I'm not allowed to raid now?
Yep.
Because I'm not
Yeah.
cheating, I'm not allowed to raid? Oh my god, it was so beyond frustrating. And then people had like these fucking arena mods and PvP mods that would tell you the next best spell to use, and then they finally did it. They finally went and did it, right? They finally went out and made the button. I've talked about the button before, but the button's important because the devs made the button with the expectation that the button was only going to be better than the lower 20% of the player base.
They were wrong!
The button was better than 80% of the player base. And the button was nerfed before it was even released. They added purposeful slowdown and timers on the button to make the button the worst possible option to play your class with. And it was still better than 80% of the player base.
Yep.
Sounds like 80% of players are retarded.
They are.
You have no fucking idea, Swamp Thing.
Hey,
Oh no,
stop
I've
standing
played
in the
World of
fire.
Warcraft.
What? Stop standing in the fire. What fire? The fire you stood in and died in. I didn't stand in the fire. Yes, you did. You stood in that blue fire. Fire's not blue. That
Don't stand in the
fire
blue
was
shit,
blue.
dumbass.
Well, how was I supposed to know that was fire? You were dying. I didn't know that.
I
You
don't
didn't look
look
at
at
your
my
HP?
HP.
Shouldn't the
literally.
healer?
Wow.
Why didn't the healer heal me if I was dying? Because you were
Because the
standing
healer-
in the death fire. Well,
Because
I
the
didn't
healer's
know
busy
that.
healing the tanks.
Yeah.
Because if the healer heals you, the healer gets aggro for healing too much.
No, not anymore.
No,
They got rid of that.
Not anymore.
They got rid of that?
Yeah.
Healers don't get ag?
Yeah.
No, they do.
That's
They just
retarded.
made it like 0.5. Hey,
Yeah.
or
Oh,
they
so
made it
it's
half
way
of what
down
it-
the damage tree.
Yeah.
Yes. It's the same thing with damage. It's like you can out DPS your tank's aggro, but your tank has so much more aggro gen, and while everyone else has less aggro gen,
Huh.
and you have a like 8-second taunt, it ain't cooldown now. So it's like, oh, my burst DPS did too much damage. Taunt.
You'd have to be a really shitty tank to let your DPS pull ag off.
And we have seen it happen.
Yep.
Of course you have.
Which is why
Sign.
me and Sneaky play Blood DK, which is the tank that doesn't have to rely on anybody.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sign. There was a
Self
moment,
healing.
and by moment, I mean a really extended moment. I mean we're talking like multiple expansion pack moment. That
Series of moments.
we're talking about a very long moment. Like a Microsoft installing something on your computer long moment. Those in IT know.
100% waiting.
Just a
Fuck
moment.
you.
Yeah. So there was a really long moment where I, as a Blood DK, widely mocked. Blood DKs were thought to be dog shit since Wrath of Lich King.
They're for PvP.
No, like they were
Oh,
even
no.
mocked in PvP. Like they're not highly rated. Like everyone really for a long time, and they kind of still do, thought Blood DKs were just like really shitty jack of all trades, because they could heal, they could do DPS, and they could tank, but they couldn't do any of those right in everyone's view.
So what you're telling me is that it's an independent unit that can heal itself, tank, and do damage.
Yes.
Yes.
But the problem
But-
is everyone was playing it wrong. I alone was playing it right, because whenever those meters came back at the end of a boss fight, I did more healing than the healer, did more DPS than all of the DPS in the raid, and I tanked all of the damage correctly.
And I'm guessing
Yes.
that really pissed them off.
Yes.
God damn it! It's not enough that you were doing it wrong. No, you had to show them up while doing it wrong.
Yeah, because the thing is that I was a very unorthodox, blood tank player way back in the day, back when you actually had build variation, back before you chose the red button, the blue button, or the green button. That's such a terrible fucking change. But yeah, so back in the day of Kata and Wrath of Lich King, I had a very unorthodox build, and I had a kind of flash in the flash in the pan moment, brain blast, where I looked at this one skill I had as a blood DK called Vampire Blood.
Vampiric Blood. That was
Yeah.
such a silly one.
And you could modify it with a rune. You could, at its base level, it increased your HP by a little bit, or it gave you like 20% lifesteal. And the rune got rid of the lifesteal, but instead it doubled your HP. The thing is, and what people weren't paying attention to, is that Blood DK's main method of healing, damage, and tanking is something called a bloodworm. And a bloodworm scaled off of your max HP.
Oh. Increase your max HP and increase your healing at the same time.
Yeah. And then you also had things like Icebound Fortitude, and I had the modification to that one that gave me a bigger buff for a shorter duration and shit like that. And so basically, I had the ability to, with a single macro, I called it the oh fuck, oh shit macro. And
oh fuck, oh shit.
Whenever I got low HP, oh fuck, oh shit!
Yeah.
And it would, without fail, reduce all the damage I was taking by 90%, double my HP, and then my bloodworms would explode, healing me for like 1,000,000 health. Dealing 1,000,000 damage. So...
Eat damage and I get healed, fucker.
Yeah.
And neener, you can't touch me.
And then, because what people normally did was they normally either went pure blood, or they went some blood, and then into Frost, which turned into a semi-tanky-ish sidestep.
DPS.
DPS.
Uh-huh.
Frost tanked by reducing damage, blood tanked by healing, and so people typically went Frost tank with blood tank healing. And I was like, that's dumb. What you really need to do is you need to amplify the amount of damage the bloodworms are doing, because you heal based on the percentile of the damage that the bloodworms do.
Yeah.
While they scaled off of your max HP. So I amped the bloodworm damage and doubled the HP. And then I was just gone. And everyone's like, "What? I don't understand. How are you you're cheating?" I'm like, "No, I just paid attention to what the skills did. I read, I planned, I tested, and I didn't go online and read a fucking guide."
Well, to be fair, people call you out for cheating even if you were doing everything correctly. So,
I mean, I got banned from
Especially if you're doing it
StarCraft
correctly.
1 for cheating when I never cheated, so yes. It's a long-running
that's what I'm
thing.
saying. Like, people will get mad at you for no reason because you're winning, and therefore you must be cheating.
Boy, oh boy, I've told it before, but my two favorite stories from the Old Republic is one, the idiot DPS off tank who was convinced that I was a moron because I couldn't heal him, and I'm like, dude, you're dying in 3 seconds. Inspect function. You're wearing PvP gear in the PvE raid.
That would
Call
do it.
him out in the chat. And I'm like, dude, just change your gear and then we can win this. He's like, what? No, my gear is fine. It's rated correctly. I'm like, yeah, but it's the PvP gear. He's like, shut
Did
up, you're
anyone
a
else
bad
speak
healer.
up?
Vote kick. Vote fail. He gets kicked.
Yep.
Mhm.
Average looking for game experience.
To be honest, the few days I played WoW, I played Blood DK on Sneak Man's recommendation, and I found very hard to die. You just always have to have life stealer mitigation up and enough bailout skills to keep alive. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
insane. If you played Blood DK the way I created it, you just couldn't die.
If you
Doesn't matter.
had
PvE,
hit-
PvP. My build was so cracked that I could use PvP gear to beat the last boss of Wrath of Lich King, the fucking Lich King, alone.
Don't they have WoW Classic up to Wrath now?
Yes.
Kata. Actually,
Yeah,
no,
but
it's
they
Mop.
but the problem, no, they also have like stages. They also have like only Burning Crusade servers, only Wrath of Lich King servers, as far as I'm aware. I don't know if they folded those or not. But yeah,
If only someone would invest in getting putting together an actual WoW Classic server, pirated server, again.
Well, there's plenty out there.
Yeah.
So there's Mop.
Where would you find these?
Plenty of places.
Don't drop any links in the chat or anything.
Yeah, you see, sign this thing called fucking Google.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
if you're looking
You
for
mean-
places to go, I can't recommend people enough to just go find a Star Wars Galaxies Rogue server.
True.
Now, let me be clear. If you're an ancient old man like Sign, or you like freeform MMOs, find one that's from before Jump to Lightspeed. If you prefer a more WoW-like experience, find one that's from after Jump to Lightspeed.
Yeah.
So there's Mop, there's the original classic, and there's an anniversary TBC going on.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, but yeah. The problem is they're not purists, right? The problem is that the WoW dev team running Classic right now isn't running Classic. They're running Classic but rebalanced.
Ugh.
Yeah, so you're not actually using the warrior from Classic. You're using the warrior
modern
from
warrior.
Classic that's been rebalanced having looked back on the warrior. So Ret Paladin still sucks because Ret Paladin only gets better. Better. Not good. Ret Paladin never gets good. They get better.
Ret Paladin is
Why?
Ret Paladin is so fucking bad.
Ret Paladin
Why is
is
it
like the
bad?
Chihuahua of dogs.
You just don't do
So-
anything.
Ret Paladin
Really?
is basically
Terrible.
he's supposed to be a burst damage dealer that's only melee. His problem is that he hits lighter than a wet noodle.
Yeah,
So he's completely fucking useless.
Yeah, so the
Yes,
problem
and they
is
think they're hot shit.
Yeah, the problem with Ret Paladins is that the people that play Ret Paladins because they have the fantasy of the avenging crusader.
Yeah.
It's fair.
Yeah, fair, but
Hmm?
their paladin class is a triple spec class, which means they are tanks, they are DPS, or they are healers. And because of that, paladin gear is schizophrenic. What makes a good DPS for a melee character doesn't make good healer, doesn't make good tank. And because tanking is vital and healing is vital, they decided to focus on buffing the tanking and the healing of paladins. So when you ret paladin, you're not getting good stats. You're not getting good... Like, you have to fight with warriors for warrior gear and rogues to get their leather gear, to get the stats you need.
Hold the fuck on. You would think that being a paladin, you know, the holy knight who is supposed to smite evil would be a huge DPS, especially against anything.
Well, no, because you have to keep in mind is that like 75% to make it easier for the devs, because I mean you got like 15 classes now, so you have to make it easier for the devs. Only like 10 to 15% of your abilities are coming from your class. So when
the rest
give
are
you
coming from your spec.
Well, sorry, yeah, your spec, right? So a super majority of your abilities are coming from your class, and a very small amount are coming from your spec. And so when they have to balance a paladin, for example, well, they are sharing abilities between healer, tank, and DPS, and they don't want the tank to out DPS the DPS, because then otherwise people would just run all tank spec paladins, and they don't want the healing to out heal the healers, because they don't want
all heal spec paladins
to out tank all the tanks. So they have to balance it in a way that the abilities that do the most tanking only come from the tank spec. The abilities that do the most healing only come from the healing spec. But DPS need all of their abilities to be DPS. And the Ret Paladin doesn't have that. He only has 10% of his abilities focused on DPS. Because the rest of them have to be shared with a tank and a healer.
They get big fucking nerfed, or
yeah, they
poor design.
Because typically you can only have 2 stats as a focus for your hero. Because otherwise then you have like 5 stats and you're juggling everything, and then you have overlap with other classes, and then everyone's fighting for gear, and it's a nightmare.
Right.
And so Ret Paladins are also fucked on that aspect of they have to fight with warriors and rogues to get the gear that actually buffs their DPS. But in the end of the day, warriors and rogues have more abilities that do more damage because they are DPS classes. And they don't have to fight with their own class to get gear. So you just have this really awkward situation where the Ret Paladin is never geared. Their abilities aren't doing enough damage. They're never balanced because they're also one of the least played classes. Because it's kind of like this whole cyclical thing of, because the Ret Paladins aren't that good, people don't play Ret Paladins. So then they don't balance the Ret Paladins too much because they only have so many man hours to balance all the classes. So why bother tuning
They never
up
make it good
a class
because nobody plays it.
that no one plays? Yeah. So it's this whole fucking cycle, and so Ret Paladins have never gotten out of this rut. It took, like, what, till Mists of Pandaria for Ret Paladins to actually do significant damage, but by then everyone else was also doing significant damage, so it didn't fucking matter.
So it was
Oof.
like, hey, what was it? 5.2, which is Thunder Isle, I think it was, that they finally were doing parody to the low end of the DPS.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yes. And it was
Ooh.
only when they hit Legion, a full 2 expansions later, which was borrowed power because they had Ashbringer, which had a AoE holy thing that did fuck tons of damage on a 3-minute cooldown, I want to say.
Something like that, yeah.
That they were finally up at the top, and that was on top of all the specs got redone entirely.
Yeah.
So it then became a nuke, but it was still nowhere near as good as certain other ones, like Assassination Rogue.
Yeah. And so,
Fucking
yeah,
Alright.
Red Paladins
hell.
have always just been kind of shafted, but, like,
They had
Yeah.
one moment of time and then they got obliterated from orbit.
but, yeah, so, yeah. People have always been elitist, and it's always been the people that can look past the normal guide. Like, the average user guide is good in Dota for the hero. Like, Tortellini makes the average hero guide for every hero.
Yeah.
And it's good, but it doesn't have the answers for everything, and if it doesn't have it doesn't have perfect reactions to every patch, and it doesn't have perfect reactions to every meta. And so a lot of people who use these guides, they do okay in the game, but it's really clear that they don't understand the hero they're playing. They're just following a guide. And it's very much the same with especially, arcane mages in WoW, and I'm sure there's a equivalent in Final Fantasy and
Yeah,
other
because, I mean, look, one
games.
of the biggest problems in the world is how stupid people are. Like,
Yeah.
look, I am not great at any MMO. I am not the best Dragoon. Apparently, at one point, I played with Cruel, and some dude was using a DPS tracker. And I was like, oh, hey, you're still doing things mostly correctly, which is better than just about everyone else we've ever run into. So good job, I guess.
Yeah, but like the real problem with all of that is, unfortunately, in a digital world, unlike a sports land where you can only have like 20 players on a team, in a digital world you can have technically infinite players, and you can't balance for technically infinite players, because with technically infinite players comes a bell curve, and an ability that works fine for the middle group is going to work terribly for the lower end retards, and it's going to be too good with the upper end players. But if you move that ability to be more focused on the upper end players, then the middle guys are getting shafted a little bit now, and it feels kind of bad. And the low guys are just not able to play it at all. Invoker's a great example of this.
Yeah.
Super tuned hero. You have to be real fucking good, and you end up with two types of players: people who only play Invoker, and people who use macros to play Invoker. And when someone's using macros to play Invoker, it's really fucking obvious.
Yeah, because they can't do shit.
Well, no, they can do shit, but they're also dog shit players. They're getting the most perfect spell rotation possible off of Invoker, but then they'll like run into a 1v5 and just die doing stupid shit. And it's just like, oh, you're clearly just a macro user. You don't know how to play this hero. You're just cheating. And so it's just like, what do you really do? What can you really do? You can't do anything. You're never going to be able to perfectly balance everything for everyone. Some people are going to lose and fail out, and that's just how it is. Oh well. But, trying to appeal this to the supermass, and you're going to get people that rise way, way above, unless you punish the people who rise way, way above, and then when you punish the people who rise way, way above, all you have is fucking retards, and then your game does shit. Or
Yeah.
alternatively, you pull a Genshin and you over monetize the game, and all the people who are good at the game stop playing the game, and all the people who are middling at the game stop playing the game. Then you have a massive user base of retards who just funnel all of their money into you. And so technically, yeah, you're a successful game. But when was the last time someone's had something positive to say about Genshin Impact and they had an IQ above room temperature?
I don't know.
Honestly, I'm gonna say it's like probably Fontaine, which was like 4 years ago.
About 2.
2? Okay.
Yeah, we're currently in Nodcry. Last was Notlin, and before that was Fontaine.
Yeah, so Fontaine was the last time I heard someone who I trust for their opinions on games saying something positive about the game. And then before that, I hadn't heard anything positive about the game for literally like since the game came out. So it was nothing positive for years. Oh, this patch was good. Nothing positive for years.
Yeah, like as someone who's been is kind of great, who went from like a decent like fan to kind of just like a casual enjoyer of the game. I think it has good ideas, but they just don't know how to execute shit well. That's kind of
Well,
what
yeah,
I feel
it's
like the
because
damning thing.
their main user base is retards. So if they make anything too complicated, then the retards get unhappy and they stop dumping all their money in the game.
I think the sad thing is like this current set of patches. I haven't done the newest stuff, but I caught up at a point. I'm like, you know what? The story isn't great, but it's actually been pretty enjoyable. It's somewhat I won't say it's somewhat casual, but it's been pretty clear what they're doing. They're not giving like massive word dumps like some of their previous content has. It's been nice,
Well,
and
yeah,
outside
that's
one,
because they moved that writer over to fucking Star Rail and
yeah, you're not wrong.
the
It's
writer that was making terrible lore isn't there anymore.
honestly, the lore was never a problem. They just didn't know how to deliver that shit. Star Rail just got bad with that regard.
They didn't know how to deliver it? No way! Who's saying they didn't know how to deliver the lore?
Yes.
Crazy.
Anyone who isn't getting the joke, Paimon repeats all of the things that are said in any cinematic at least 2 to 3 times to you.
I think the most jarring part of the latest patch is that the main character actually talks. Like, frequently. And I'm like, wait, they gave them lines? What? That's so jarring. It's part of me's like, why? Why did it take them so long?
It's because they realized they couldn't go through an entire story where the main character never says anything at all ever.
I don't know, they did it for like 5 years.
Yeah, and look what kind of
Yeah, and then they're like, oh.
look what kind of user base is left. people who to anyone not in the know, the user base that's left for Genshin Impact are the sort of people that make a stream that's 9 hours long, where the entire stream they're just collecting mint grass. They're collecting all 900 mint grass locations on the map. Yeah, and then they're whenever someone asks, "So you don't look too excited about this?" They go, "No, I'm really excited. I'm just really focusing right now. I'm focusing. I'm focused. I'm locked in."
Amazing.
Yeah, it's bad. It's pretty bad, yeah. Yeah. Let's see. So what else we got going on here? What the fuck's our thread up to now?
One on QQ or the one on Space Pedals?
Well, I mean, so the thread on fucking QQ is dead as shit. That's to be expected.
Really?
Oh yeah, hyper dead. I've had 3 comments so far.
Did you reply?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
One of the comments is, "Why are you posting this in the NSFW section?" And I just responded back, "Look, if I wanted to post the story in a dead section, I would go post it on Sufficient Velocity."
We already do.
Which we already do. So, if the mods move me to the Safe for Work section, then it is what it is. But if anything, I would like to keep this in a section where people actually read stories. And just to be sure I was still on point about that, I went and checked out the Safe for Work section on QQ, and it took me 5 stories until I landed on a story that was last updated in the thread yesterday. So only
That's
5
fast.
comments since yesterday have happened on all of the stories in the Safe for Work section. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
not surprised at all.
It's a dead fucking section. Yeah, it's a hyper dead
It's
section.
just fucking tough.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's on QQ for porn. They're there for porn. Okay.
Well, I mean, yes, but also at the same time, people
Or at least
are
not safe for work.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. But it's also like not safe for work also covers just like everything. If you're going in the not safe for work section,
Adult
it's
content.
assumed you're adult. And if it's an adult content, that's not just porn. It's also violence. It's talking about mature themes. It's
Sure.
doing shit, saying shit, certain things. And so generally people just will post in the not safe for work section because A, everyone else is, but also because they don't want to ever run into a rule where the mods are like, "Oh, you have to take this out of your story. You're not allowed to post this under safe for work."
Yeah, that is fair.
And so everyone's just like, "Well, not safe for work's basically no rules, so I'll just post it there."
Well, there are still rules.
You know, Sneaky, I think you not liking Mortal Shell is a skill issue because there's no magic in it.
Ew.
No, I just didn't like Mortal Shell because it was too gimmicky. I have
What's
no
Mortal
problem with... Mortal Shell is a Dark Souls-like game where instead of increasing your stats through killing things in levels, you are, like, finding these shells, these mortal shells, and then you possess the mortal shell to gain a class type.
Oh yeah, that thing.
It was
Okay.
a unique
Like, you
one.
had to find the... Like, you couldn't wear heavy armor unless you were under the knight class and shit like that, if I'm remembering it correctly.
I don't think you even had the choice of equipment beyond.
Oh, no, you don't. Yeah, all of your equipment is shell-based, yeah. And you had to find the shells in the world, and, like, you couldn't, like, just, like, store them in your inventory and swap out. If you wanted to swap to the shell, you had to go to the shell again and swap.
It was
Ugh.
an interesting concept. It was clunky as shit.
Yeah, like I said, and like I said, the combat is Dark Souls-like, but clunky. It was just clunky. Like, the rolls weren't smooth. The hitboxing wasn't smooth.
It at least wasn't Lords of
The
the
enemy
Fallen
attack
funky.
animations were a little bit janky. Yes, was it a skill issue on my part? Sure. I'm gonna say I'm like the best Dark Souls player ever, and from my expert Dark Soulsing opinion, it was an inferior game. It just relied too much on the gimmick for me to enjoy it.
Its gimmick also was heavy on the you gotta know when to parry, or else you just get it destroyed.
Yeah, and I've gone on record in the past of saying I hate parry games. If I'm not allowed to roll out of the way of an attack, I'm not gonna like your game.
Yeah, that's kind of fucking dumb if they disable your ability to parry or just don't give you one. Or it hits you anyway if you...
No,
roll.
no,
I'm sorry, roll.
yeah, that's what I was saying. It was a parry heavy game, and where you had to parry the attacks for a majority of the time to get the best uptime in terms of hitting the enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's retarded.
And yeah, sure, in games like I like it in Kingdom Come Deliverance, right? I like parry in Kingdom Come Deliverance because it's first person, first off, so it's more immersive. But second off, it feels better. Like, I'm not just parrying, I'm not just pressing a button and hoping I hit the mystical timer correctly to get the parry animation. I am able to look at their sword angle and go, okay, the counter sword angle is the parry, so I angle my sword, and then I wait for their animation to start going, and then I activate the parry, and I parry them. It feels good. I'm not waiting for a mystic button. I actually have to interact with the system to parry it. And I'm just not that good with third person mystic button. I'm just not. So I
You're
don't
not
like
a fan of Sekiro?
it. Look, I love Sekiro. I got my shit rocked. I stopped playing it.
Sekiro was a rhythm game. It was not anything else at the end of the day. If you weren't good at rhythm, aka the parry timings, you were not finishing that fucking game.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
100%.
As evidenced
And-
by Gura.
And look, I was really determined, right? I played it doggedly. Like, I played the Madame Butterfly fight hundreds of times. And I didn't give up. And I beat her finally.
I see we're
Oof.
discussing Sekiro.
Yep.
Yes.
And
Yeah, the problem with that butterfly fight is the gimmick of the snapgrass. That's part of the issue.
Yeah, that I did eventually figure that one out, yeah. But I got all the way past the swordsman, the master swordsman mini boss, fucking
The guy that two shots you. Ooh,
yeah.
easy.
The guy that's like, hey, remember how to parry? You're gonna have to remember how to parry. If you don't know how to parry, you're not beating the boss. I'm the skill check. I failed the skill check for quite a while. Beat him finally. Using parry. Got up to the wolf
And never
fight.
parried again?
No, I got up to the next fight, the Ishin fight. Yeah, the Ishin tower fight.
Genshiro.
Genshiro tower fight, and I just got my shit rocked, and I could not beat him, and I was just like, all right, I'm not having fun anymore.
You were suffering through the dude before him.
Yep.
The random student.
Yep.
Who
Max
just
was there for it.
obliterated a health bar. Yeah,
Yep.
he streamed it for me. I'm just like, Sneaky, you need to put the game down.
Yep. I finally
You
beat
were
him.
You were miserable.
Yeah. No, and it is what it is. But here's the thing, though. Is I'm not saying Sekiro is a bad game. I love Sekiro. I think Sekiro is a great game. I just think I suck at it.
You were bad at it.
Mortal Shell has
Yes,
the hardened ability. No. Leaf was saying I was bad at it, and that's why I didn't like the game. And my point is, no, I will rate positively games I'm dog shit at if I can recognize that I'm dog shit at it because of a skill issue and not because of a game mechanic issue. And Mortal Shell just wasn't it. Mortal Shell felt like a game jam game. It felt like a game that wasn't quite there yet. It had a gimmick. It had an idea of what it wanted to do.
But it wasn't done.
And it got like 70% there, 80% there.
Yeah.
Never even heard of Mortal Shell until coming back to this conversation, very confused.
I played Mortal Shell and then I refunded it within the 2 hours because I just wasn't having.
Oh yeah, Max.
Okay, I'm looking at this. This looks like a Chinese dev team in college.
Yeah.
That's what it looks
Oof.
like.
Yeah.
Like it's not an insult. Those college kids, those uni
Well,
teams over in
it's like I
China,
said.
they put out
It
some
feels.
amazing they put out some real amazing proof of concepts.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's why I said it
Yeah.
feels like a game jam game that got 80% there.
Yeah, it just needed a bit more polish, maybe a bit more leniency at some points. Hints, but not too much. But
The animations were too jank.
yeah,
It's just what
it was
it
too
is.
clunky.
No
Um,
iframes.
What I'm seeing is this looks very slow and methodical,
Yeah.
while having enemies that are significantly faster than you're slow and methodical. And
Yep.
Yep.
as a dedicated strength user in Soulsborns, I'm fine with that. I have to be slow and methodical. That is not
I'm
a playstyle for most people.
no.
Mm,
It's
not my style.
also
Really not.
Not my style.
I do not like that.
it is also a case where the game is essentially you have to parry in order to make the most of your damage output max, as we said earlier.
I'm gonna toss this on my wish list and hope that this goes on one of the big sales soon.
Speaking of, I
Because I
picked up
do
Lords of
actually
Fallen
want to
2,
get a look at this.
and I want you to play with me again, Max, and anyone else, but mostly Max.
Is
Um,
this another?
It's Lords of
Okay,
Fallen.
is this another?
It's the
No,
one we
is this
played.
another? I can play off your copy, or am I
Yeah.
gonna have to shell out money?
It's the game we played before, where you played off my copy.
Okay.
Sure.
So
But
did they fix the
The-
horrendous lag issues?
yeah, they supposedly did. They had this big blowout announcement, final mega patch 2.5 edition. We fixed all the co-op issues, guys, we swear. So I
Yeah.
want to see if that's true.
Yeah, they basically announced like a whole new game. I think what was it, an extra game mode or at least like a sweat
Yeah,
mode or something.
a new game plus
Sneaky.
mode, a challenge mode, a boss rush mode. Yeah.
It's basically the last big
Okay.
update.
Sneaky, you need to have a talk with Aeon. He's missing at least 4 extra magazines of ammunition for that storm prep.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry,
let him.
what the
let
fuck's
him
going
suffer.
on? Uh-oh.
What's the problem?
That's
No,
not enough ammo.
I get the joke.
That's not enough ammunition.
Apparently, liquor stores are sold out because liquor is something that goes bad in the cold.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Also,
go
why
bad in the cold.
why am I being omega lulled by the Canadian?
I don't know.
Probably because he's an idiot.
Apparently they made the definitive edition with fixes now. I fucking love it. Yeah, okay, so apparently they fixed a lot of it. Great.
That's good.
But yeah, so
Still not really worth an Omega low, but
The
alright.
liquor stores are sold out. I mean, I know they are around here.
I got
Also, wait a
slammed
minute. I'm
last
looking at
night.
this. Where's the bread? You need bread, dude.
Mm-hmm. You know,
You got no bread.
I will
You got
say,
no milk.
I really like the aesthetic and armor designs I'm seeing in these Mortal Shell screenshots. This is solid design in terms of just physical appearance. I dig
Yeah,
this.
Mortal Shell's cool. It's just got a fuck ass annoying mechanic.
Wait,
Is Mortal
Wait.
Shell the
It's
one that you,
cool.
like, jump?
hold up.
It's
What the
just got a
fuck?
fuck ass annoying mechanic. All
Hang
right.
on a second. I am 90% certain. Yeah, okay. These dudes threw some assets together on this fucking weapon. That is a katana or an otachi cut down and replaced with a skinny accent on top. What is this?
What am I looking
yeah.
at?
That is the
That's called
Kodaxi.
kit bashing, Gray. It also exists for digital assets.
that's some
I hate it.
bullshit.
Please tell me that's what it's called in the game. I need this to be the actual name.
That's like someone took. That's a fucking orc weapon. That's the orcs hearing that Tau steel is folded 1 million
That
times.
needs to be called
and
an
they thought it'd
axe
be better.
kana.
Yeah, that's
Boy,
what Killian said. I'm hoping that's the actual weapon name.
Yeah. Is it called that?
It's cool. I wish the world could be as wholesome as this tweet, Sneaky.
Yeah, Aeon's seething over it.
What's he seething over there?
I'll post it to you.
Yeah, I don't know what that's why I asked what the Omega Law was for, Killionaire. You saying it was for something else is not helping. That doesn't answer my question.
Explain yourself. Gun to your head. Yourself.
It's very annoying asking people a question and they give me an answer, but the answer was not to my question. The answer was to something else. It's very frustrating.
Why is he mad about that?
The reason why he's seething. Okay, so the reason why he's seething is because he thinks Japan and America are currently in a hate relationship, and they're actually secretly trying to kill each other, and actually we hate Japan, and Japan hates us.
Is he retarded? Well, no, okay, never mind. Yes, but
That is indeed an axtana. That's a word.
I was just like, I really love this aesthetic, and then my senses were like, hang on a second, something's wrong here. Oh no.
There's something wrong.
Yeah, what?
Oh, good, it is.
What is this?
Wait.
Behold the
Max,
axtana, and
if
he's
you look
holding
at
it by the
reverse,
blade.
if you look at, I think the reverse edge is serrated too. I think they got a saw blade in there, Max.
Oh, it does look serrated.
Snip, I need you to work with me, snipping tool. Thank you. Look at this abomination of a Warhammer pick. No, he actually has an ice pick in the other hand. This is a climbing set this is a climbing asset pack that they adjusted, I think, because that's definitely a climbing pick that's been elongated and twisted, and that's an ice pick in his offhand.
Yep.
What am I looking
at? All right.
I mean, don't get me wrong, for a Warhammer, that's a great war pick.
I need this game to go on sale. I need to buy this. I need to see this rather creative asset use they've got going on.
What the fuck?
The head of that thing is perfect for a war pick. Absolutely 100%. Pick or hammer. It's just the twist fucks with me. I don't like it.
Yeah, no, that's terrible. No, that's terrible. That's a forced redistribution. That's gonna snap the shaft.
That is an awful hammer to use with a chisel.
Now, I do want to say, I love... Okay, listen. If a game gives me a hammer and a chisel, and all of my finishers involve whacking somebody in the face with a hammer long enough to stun them and line up a chisel stab, and or driving the chisel into their skull with my hammer, you'll get my money.
I'm just looking at... I'm slowly talking myself into buying this game, even if it's not on sale.
Why does it look like he's wearing a watermelon?
Yeah, no, I get the feeling.
Okay, I'm just looking at this again. I thought that was a Warhammer. No, why is the fucking...
I get the feeling that this game was probably made with a bunch of assets that were bought, and then they adjusted them for their art style. Because sometimes it's easier to just staple shit together and change it than it is to make it from scratch.
I support that.
And I respect that. I've done that with my own asset library a few times. It can be very fun, except that the asset library has no organization to it because they won't give me an offline dex for it. But
truth,
that's a different problem.
Why have you pinged me with Doki?
I've complained to the creators of the assets, and they're like, "Well, we'll pass the feedback on."
Snuffy's not good at negotiating.
Of course, she's
Uh-oh.
not good at negotiating. She's trash.
No.
I'll see myself out.
But anyway, yeah, the video I linked was just Snuffy was apparently negotiating for play contracts of like, play this game, get paid by the company for X amount. And she was massively underselling what she was worth for the contract to the point where the manager for Doki picked her up
I just
as
watched
a
the story.
client out of pity.
Oh,
Is this how Doki accidentally starts a VTubing studio?
Yes.
I mean, that's how. I mean, to be
That's
fair, that's
exactly
basically
what's
what that's
happening here.
that's basically what happened with Flork. So you know what? Well, I guess it works like that now.
Oh, all right.
Didn't
No,
Flork start his
okay.
VTuber agency as a shitpost and then it worked out?
Oh,
No, yeah,
okay.
he started
Killian,
as a shit post, and then a bunch
He
of
was
people
just like,
gave.
"I'm gonna help these people," and then he was just like, "Well, it's working, so I guess fuck it, we continue this
No,
now."
no, it's actually worse than that. He started it as a shit post because he's like, oh, well, I guess everyone's making VTuber agencies. I guess I'll announce my VTuber agency. And then a bunch of people sent him legitimate job interviews, and he's like, damn, okay, you guys are actually good. I guess I actually have to try now.
And he regularly shitposts about it with the VTubers, just like a psychotic.
Hang on. Why does that man have a commando crossbow?
that's a bazooka.
Yeah,
That's a cross
ballista.
bazooka. I don't know what you're talking about.
that's
It's the most holy of
That's a
instruments.
ballista converted into a shoulder-mounted RPG.
Yeah.
Also,
That's funny as fuck.
that
Where's that Halo weapon?
the mace further up that's just from Dark Souls 3. I'm pretty sure that's just one of the torch holders in the fucking underworld where the demons.
The
It might
ballista,
be.
the
Is
ballista
he,
bazooka.
is he about to? Are they using like a hilt hit with the sword sometimes? Because the way he's holding it, it looks like he's gonna be doing like a.
Oh man, can I just say that
They
fighting
hilt it
games?
instead
I better
or-
see some
or
Mordhau.
fighting games. I say any game that has characters with swords use any sort of half hand or Mordhau techniques. So good.
Man, I wish more games did that. It's so fucking
Look,
cool when it happens.
As much as I hated how sweaty,
I have to now
Thor-
post the classical video.
as much as I hate, it was
Yeah.
so good.
Well, that was like the main draw of the game. It was just like, damn, this man fucking.
God damn it, Sneaky.
slapped.
I
What
see
did
what
you
you
do?
posted.
There we go.
I brought it
well,
up, so I have to post it.
Oh
I
yes, that one.
always
Nice.
love-
Yeah.
I was the one
Thank,
that
thank you,
defended
Bethesda,
edition
for
comes
doing
across.
really great choreography. When will we be able to see this in game?
Right?
When will we
In-game.
be able to play this?
What the
I-
fuck is this trash link?
Excuse you, Sneaky. This is
No.
inferior. This is not Freebird.
No, this is
No, but
better.
it is
No.
the superior version.
Yeah, no, it's better than
definitive-
Freebird.
this is the definitive edition of Someday Love Will Find You. It's in the title.
But yeah, no, the
Yeah.
choreography
The
is just so
name of the
good because it's
song
just
is
he's
not-
using half hand techniques, he's using Mordhau, he's using the hilt, he's using the pommel, and it's
He's
just
using
like
his
yes.
skills. You don't ever
And
see.
then eventually he just says, "All right, you took my weapon. Now we throw hands."
Now we throw hands. By the way, I use plate.
What now, you dumb fucking nerd?
Fuck your spells. Punches the mage.
Fuck your leather. Fuck your spells, and fuck you.
Magic is for losers, and you're a fucking
Magic is-
loser.
Magic
Average
is a
Britain
real
behavior.
nerd.
Reminder that Britons are the best.
I still think
He
it's
is a
crazy
Breton.
that this trailer was how I discovered why people are actually scared of Bretons in Skyrim.
Oh,
They're
yeah?
like, oh, that's a problem. It's like, why are they a problem? And the trailer's like, a good martial prowess, don't care about magic, multi-class into several weapons. Also, they just love
Also-
to fight.
Also,
really
they're
like
better
fighting.
at magic than you. They just are.
Yes.
Fuck you.
Magic isn't real.
this is-
However, my imagination is better.
Yeah,
And
the-
the worst
Magic
part
better,
is-
cast it better.
The worst
the
part is
frames.
they announced this, and everybody loved this man, and Bethesda's like, no, wait, you can't cheer for him. He's the
Guys,
villain. To which
guys,
the
he's
crowd
bad guy.
responded.
And
Bro,
everyone's just
horror
like, well,
farms.
the best part, everyone's like, well, maybe they deserve to lose.
Exactly.
Bro aura farms so hard. Like, his
I love
introduction
that.
in the game is him just slaughtering the council and him being like, yeah, you
I'm
can't
in
beat
charge.
me. And it's just like, oh,
So
I
how
am
do we
all
eventually
right
beat
now.
him?
you don't. He just leaves because he's bored.
No, I mean
Oh,
In the
campaign
cinematic?
culmination.
Yes, he leaves
I
he just
because
leaves.
he's bored.
Excellent.
I still
you
love- I
won
still
in
love-
the worst way possible. You didn't lose. He just got bored.
I still
Yeah,
Man,
love
we'll just,
the-
like,
you.
bail
So
him out.
the campaign culmination is you stop his plans, and he's like, oh, all right, well, I'll be back later. And just
It's
leaves.
like, I could restart this, but
No,
Well,
even
maybe
worse.
just
He's like,
bail
I
him out.
could kill all of you. But that would not accomplish my plans. My plans have been ruined. I'll be back later.
oh boy.
I shall
Yeah.
return with a new plan.
I still love how this guy is
All
built so
right.
different. Like, they brought down, like, what, in the part of the building on top of him, and he just kind of shrugged it off.
Bro, he got stabbed
Yes.
through the chest, and he's like, yeah, and?
With his own sword up to the hilt.
Yeah.
And
Or
his
you
response
take-
was,
so-
thank you for
You flip
returning
the sword
this
around
to
and
me.
smack with the hilt
Yeah.
using certain combos.
I
Like,
needed
what?
this. Thanks, bro.
Okay, he's
Also,
struggling.
I love the very short magic duel. Because they took the time to animate the handful of frames where her eyes look at what he's
Okay,
doing,
yeah. Here's the
recognize what's
peak
happening,
moment.
and she's just like, "Uh-oh,
Oh no.
wait,
Oh, no.
wait."
Okay,
Wait,
so
that's illegal.
go, on the second video, go to 2 minutes and watch it, and watch his intro. That's his cinematic intro to the campaign. At 2 minutes.
Wait, he got a cinematic intro in the game?
Yeah, at 2 minutes. In the second video.
It's almost enough to make me
Oh,
play this
she
fuck-ass game.
is it Sneaky? Is it the part of the video that says most replayed and it's just a plateaued hill and nowhere else does that?
Max, if this game has Sneaky, if this game has multiple players that can play co-op instead of just 2, I might pick this up myself.
Which
Fuck
game?
me, because they just said you smack with the hilt using certain combos.
Oh,
with the
Mortal
sword.
Mortal
you
Shell?
mean the Mortal Shell.
No, the one that you posted.
Yes,
Oh, I love
so?
it. Yes. Sit.
No, Kill's talking about the one. Kill's talking about Mortal Shell.
Kill's talking about Mortal Shell. I'm talking about Elder Scrolls Online and the Breton.
Well, I was saying before. I think it was meant something that was before, but yeah.
I think
Okay,
you're confused.
so-
No,
Yeah,
Kill's
I-
talking about
I
Mortal Shell.
answered. I thought you were
So-
asking what game about what game the
Can
Night was
someone give me
from.
the
What-
can someone
what-
give me the short story on why him tossing those medals is A, a power move, and B, the most disrespectful thing he apparently could have done, being surrounded
It's the
by
medals from all the
bodies?
counselors.
Yeah.
he
Oh,
just-
okay.
So basically these are like legendary enchanted medals that are supposed to keep the counselors alive under assassinations.
didn't work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
no.
it didn't matter.
I understand. now.
like magically speaking, Max, this is those medallions are supposed to be unbeatable, short of Akatosh, the god of time and creation himself, showing up and saying delete.
They're also
And
not
yet,
given to
this one
warriors.
guy.
Man, Bretons really are just built different.
Of course they're not
Also,
given to
they're the
warriors,
faction
because that
leader
would-
medals as well. So it's
Yeah.
just like So I just killed your most protected guys in your most protected fort under the most protected magic. Killed them all by hand. Fuck you. You couldn't even get here in time. Fight me.
What are that's I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be cheering against him? Are we sure
Yeah.
about that, Bethesda?
Right?
Oh,
I
and the
think
best
Are
part,
you
Isn't he only
sure I'm
wearing, like,
supposed
steel
to?
and shit?
Sneaky. Let's please. Why does the man do this? What is his grand plan?
Hmm?
What is his grand plan? Why does he commit all these murders?
Wasn't his grand plan to make someone fight him or some shit? I forget what it was. I forgot what it was.
I believe
wasn't
the
it
grand
literally
plan
just
was I want
prolonging
someone
war?
who's good enough
Oh. Wait, is this dude just the Ebony Warrior before he took on the Ebony Plate and fucked off the Skyrim? Is that who this is?
No,
Is
no,
that
the
why
Ebony
we had so
Warriors
much
and no, the Ebony Warrior is a separate dude. He's
He
kind
has,
of like
however,
a
been around for forever.
well, no, it's kind of like a Umbra. There will
Yeah.
always be an Umbra. There will always be
Yeah,
a Ebony
yeah. There will
Warrior.
always be an Umbra. There will always be an Umbra. Yeah, technically, yes.
Whoever kills the Ebony Warrior becomes the Ebony Warrior. There can only be one. Highlander reference.
Okay then. But yeah, it's crazy that they were like, "Oh yeah, you've got to he's the bad guy here." It's like, are you sure he's the bad guy?
Oh yeah, no, but wasn't one of the things he was doing was that he was like, by the way, I'm also tackling racial inequality? As a side note,
let's
Are
say
we sure
this
he's
is,
the bad guy then?
because like I'm
Oh
pretty sure
yeah, I
that
know. The legacy of the Bretons is a reference to the idea that the Bretons are only ones capable of bridging the war gap between men and Mer. Because the thing is that Mer are created by the gods, and so they kind of have an uppity opinion of themselves. And men were not created by the gods. In fact, they kind of just
Well, that's because
popped into
total
existence.
Altmer death is correct.
True. But I mean, there's a lot of Mer races, and there's only like 2 races of men.
no 3, because there's
Mer that aren't the people that are running the High Elves get to live.
It's Imperial
Everyone
and
else
Nord,
dies.
I know. What are the rest?
It's Imperial. Well, Nord are Akavari. Well, and technically, so technically, there's only one race because technically the Akavari are the race of men who then landed on Tamriel and became the Nords, and then the Nords moved south and became the Imperials.
but
then moved
then
further
there's
south and became the
also the
Fucking Elder Scrolls War Makers, man.
okay, there's the totally not Arabs.
Yes, but they're from a previous reality.
Yeah, I
Red
know,
Guard-
but still,
what?
they're still
What
men.
do you mean? No, you know what? No explanation. I
No,
don't want any
no.
expansion. I just
No,
look,
Max,
look,
listen,
don't get
it's
us
really
started
great.
on the
Go
invading
online.
trees, okay?
Max, it's really great.
I'm sorry.
Bethesda made
fine.
Hammerfall
Shut up. No questions.
free, so you can go play Elder Scrolls 2 or Daggerfall. You can go play Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall to find out all about curved swords.
Yep, the curved swords, those fucking curved swords. And you
Those
find out
long,
why there's no curved swords
curved
outside of Daggerfall.
swords.
Why?
You'll find out.
And from another reality. We just talked about this.
Yeah.
Stop
Keep
asking
upside.
questions
Oh.
to him. It's it's 10:45 on the
And
East
the
Coast.
reason why we don't have adamantium anymore in the world is because the invading alien trees from outer space caused the dragon god of
Shut up.
time to have a seizure.
Shut up.
Fucking
I think that we need to
Shut
have
up.
people
God damn it,
stop
Todd Howard.
sidelining.
Sign, know your place.
Oh,
Oh,
Shut up.
sign. This has nothing to do with Toddy. This has nothing to do with
This
Todd.
is nothing to
It's not
this is
Todd.
No, this is
nothing to
great
do
Kirk-
with
this is,
Todd.
Sign.
Kirk
Sign.
Fred.
Okay, sign. Listen. You need to understand. All of the lore for Elder Scrolls was created back in the late 80s and 90s by
When they were
dudes
huffing-
tripping on everything.
LSD. It was mushrooms and LSD that he took.
Snorting coke.
No. Mushrooms and LSD
no.
specifically.
And to be clear, we know this because the designers have told that sign. I'm not going to elaborate anything else other than to tell you that magic in the Elder Scrolls universe exists because stars are not stars. They are holes in
They're holes
reality
in
that
reality.
leak magic, which is entropy.
Well, it's technically creation because it's also magic is technically both creation and entropy at the same time because before there was a world there was nothing, but it was also everything of nothing. So it was the both of them at the same time, and then the everything nothings became something, which is why we have entropy.
Don't think about it too hard.
Because the entropy, let's be
My
clear,
brain.
the entropy will eventually return.
Well,
to nothing,
technically, as long
which
as the
means it will
tower
become
stands, it
something.
won't.
But yes, anyway, stars are holes in reality. Shut up. Also, don't look in them for too long.
Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, so anyway, yeah, so the Legacy of the Bretons expansion pack, blah blah blah. The overarching story revolves around the peace talks over the Three Banners War. Oh yeah, that's what it was, right? Yeah, so the Bretons came out and killed everyone that was preventing the peace talks from occurring as like
That's what it was.
hey, yeah, so you guys all think you're the best. Actually, we're the best. We're going to kill your leaders, prove we're the best, so now you all have to team up and stop fucking fighting, because you guys all fighting is killing all the best warriors before we can.
And by the way, you need to stop that because you need to go and take care of these other problems, which
Yeah.
we could, but it's your job, so don't make us do your job.
Fair.
Are we sure he's a bad guy?
Again, that's the point. Everybody's like, I don't think he's the. Hans, I think we're the baddies.
The Ascendant Order, which is the leader of the Ascendant Order is the guy we see in all of the cinematics, exists because the Ascendant Order believes that peace can be achieved by killing all of the nobles.
Based.
So basically, if we kill all of the guys forcing these wars to occur for profit, wars will stop happening.
Sounds reasonable.
And then they at its core, the Ascendant Order believes that Tamriel doesn't actually want to kill everyone, and instead the wars are only occurring because of nobles and their vanity. Blah blah blah. The peace talks never work out because of the noble vanity. Blah 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 blah. Radical order developing called the Ascendant Order, who believed that putting everyone to death was the only way to solve the problem, because they did not believe that the nobles would ever willingly end the Three Banner War.
I mean, are they wrong?
Oh, right. He used the volcano eruption to force everyone to the peace table. So basically, if you don't stop me by uniting, everyone dies.
Seems like a reasonable fellow.
I mean,
he is the good guy.
To be fair, up at this point, the Three Banner War had been the second highest casualty war in all of Tamriel history.
Yeah.
The highest casualty war was the War of Man and Myr, which is where all of the Myr warred on each other as representatives of their various gods to try and claim total dominion over Tamriel.
To be fair, like half of that was Pelennor.
No.
Yeah, but
it
what I was
ended
gonna say was,
with Pelennor.
I meant the body count, Sneaky.
Oh yeah.
Right, but you got to remember, the other problem with the Three Banner War was, how long had it dragged on at that point?
It was literally hundreds of years.
Yeah. And the only reason it didn't have more casualties is because, much like the actual 100 Years' War, there were periods of time where technically they were at war, and everybody just said, yeah, so we've got, like, no disposable children left, so we're gonna need to stop for, like, 30 years, and then we'll get back to it. Sound good? It sounds like a plan.
Yeah, let's see, blah, blah, ESO, blah, 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 yeah, blah, 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 blah. Bad writing showed off the Ascendant Order by being haha silly levels of evil all the time in all the quests. Yeah, so basically, the conclusion of the Legacy of Bretons is the idea that due to the mixed heritage that Bretons have, they are only the people able to bridge the gap between the men and Myr fighting throughout all these wars, except the idea of this is completely obliterated by the bad writing ability of Bethesda.
Yep.
Sounds
Checks
about
out.
right. Yeah.
Of course.
Bethesda tripped over their own 2 feet? No.
Right.
That doesn't sound like them.
Bethesda not able to rely on mods to fix their jank ass shit.
Okay, that one sounds a little like them.
A little?
Bethesda leaving crippling game-ending bugs in the game even after they've released 7 special editions?
Are we
No.
talking about Fallout 76 or?
No! Elder Scrolls, buddy.
Yeah, Skyrim.
Skyrim, because guess what? There's a bug in Skyrim that not even community mod packs have fixed completely. Sometimes,
Wait,
if you
what?
kill a dragon, you
Yeah.
don't get the soul. This
Yeah.
is a
Oh.
Yeah.
completely random bug. No one's entirely sure what causes it. Saving and reloading will not fix it. You have to load an earlier save
I know why.
and
That
re-kill
dragon
that
just
dragon.
didn't have a soul.
You,
was
you
No,
have to
the-
re-kill that dragon.
The
However-
problem is that when the dragon dies, its positioning on the mesh can
Yeah, I
bug
know,
out.
but
Yeah, I know,
yes.
I'm just explaining it to everyone. So basically, the positioning on the mesh bugs out, but no one can figure out why the mesh positioning is bugging out. Because it's not consistent. It's not like always in this area the mesh bugs out. So it's not like they can just fix the mesh in that area and it'll stop bugging out. It's completely random. It's completely random in how you kill it, whether it's with poison, arrows, swords, an execution. It has no repeatability. And the only way
Yeah.
to repeat the bug is by simply killing so many dragons the bug happens again.
That is
But
impressive.
Yeah.
this is what's important. It is completely fucking random. It can occur on the very first scripted dragon of the game.
Yep.
Ooh.
Oh,
So
Yep.
you can, and you can't absorb his soul. Ever. Which means
your
you'll
game's
never
not
be able
locked.
to absorb any other dragon soul, and you will never be able to progress the main quest. And
Yep.
when people ask Bethesda, why haven't you fixed it? They said, "W- it happens in the first 2 hours of the game. Just start a new file.
Mm-hmm.
or you
That's
can
fucked up.
hit tilde and tap in the magic command that gives you one dragon
Not everyone
soul.
can do that. but
Sign.
Yeah.
Not everyone has access
Yet-
to that, so shut the fuck
Not
up.
on
Not
Not
on
on-
consoles.
console.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is the first I've
I'm
ever heard
aware.
of this bug. That is
So
impressive.
my
Because
personal
it's
belief,
not common.
my personal belief on why it
exists.
happens is because of cell loading, and sometimes the dragon can be on the edge of a cell, and if the cell isn't loaded, so here's the thing about Skyrim is it doesn't load cells that are right next to you. You can make it do
so-
that, but to make it do that, you have to mod the game, which obviously you can't do on consoles. Also, it does not like doing it. But my belief is that what might be causing this is that the dragon's nav mesh is loading on a cell that's not loaded, so it's technically not near you. And then when the cell loads, it doesn't load with the dragon nav mesh because the dragon's already loaded.
And so the soul poofs into the ether and never loads.
Because the
But-
because the proximity to the dragon is what triggers the dragon absorption script. But if you're not technically, by according to the game's positioning system, next to the dragon,
You don't
the
It's
get
script
it.
gonna
never
load.
triggers. Yeah.
But yeah, and my problem with this is it's a bug that can affect you all throughout the game. It's completely random, and the
Yep.
fact of the matter is, it can happen to you on the first dragon. Is it going to happen often? No, but it can happen, right? There are going to be people out there who start up this game, play it, kill the first dragon, and never ever discover the MSQ. And they'll
Oh,
never,
Yeah.
because
They never
if you
realized.
don't absorb the first dragon soul, the Greybeards never shout, and you can't absorb any other dragon souls any other way. You can walk up to these and it's weird. You can walk up to these word walls and get these words, but they don't do anything. I guess they're just some weird, cool lore thing.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
And
And
by
you
the
wouldn't
way,
realize
people
that until
keep
you played
calling
a new
some
game.
people keep calling me Dragonborn, which doesn't make any sense. I don't know what they're talking about. Also, I can't do some of the DLC.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I haven't bought a Bethesda. It's why I haven't bought any Bethesda games in years, and I won't
Yeah.
because, much like I was mad at No Man's Sky, I am equally mad at Bethesda. Except Bethesda has even less of an excuse because you are a gigantic company. Fix your shit.
Well, not only that, you're a
I mean,
gigantic
they're
company
no.
that's re-released the game multiple times now. You've had multiple chances to go over that fucking code.
Yeah,
They didn't.
Yeah, but Sneaky, it's cheaper to just keep forcing this poor engine along with new things
Yeah,
stapled to it.
that's what I was basically gonna say. Is the likely reason, and this is why I think it's a cell loading thing, is the reason why they haven't fixed it. Is because the reason why they haven't fixed it is because of the engine and how the engine handles loading shit, and they literally
yeah.
can't fix it. They physically cannot fix it simply because it
They
doesn't
refuse to.
work. Like they would have
They'd
to
have to
make a
replace
new
the engine.
engine. They can't fix it because it's a core part of the engine. So the
Yeah,
only way
there's
they
like
could
a
fix it is
core.
if they rewrote the engine from the ground up.
Which they're not going to do.
So and what else supports this is actually in Fallout 76. There is another unit that uses the dragon skeleton and the dragon land and crash animations if you kill it in the air.
Yes,
This
the
exact same
giant
problem.
bat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
giant
bat.
thing.
The bat has the exact same problem of it will sometimes not spawn loot.
And if the soul is counted as
That
loot,
thi-
then yeah.
My
that's
understanding is that thing is a pain in the ass to fight.
It is. It's a massive pain in the
Having
ass to
been
fight.
jumped in by a friend
What a
who was trying to get me into
kick
Fallout
in the
76.
what a kick in the dick to go through that and
Yeah.
not get any loot.
It's this giant irradiated horrible monster that takes time and preparation to fight, and you have to do a couple of events to get it to show up.
And
And I'm like, give you
I
anything.
know that. Well, I don't know. I am fairly certain, due to Bethesda's long history of reusing things, like back in the day, if you played console stuff with console stuff, the console dev kit, not the console platform. If you played with console in the dev kit, you would know that bullets are called spells.
Yep.
The guns all use the spell kit that is in
Oh.
Oblivion.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Ah,
So
Okay, so I'm not
it-
actually shooting a gun. I'm casting bullet.
You're
Yeah.
casting bullet.
I love
which is
that.
why the Lone Wanderer, which is why the Lone Wanderer and the
Mysterious
Courier
Stranger?
are just Mysterious Stranger? No.
what are you thinking
The
of?
Courier?
Lone Wanderer.
No,
is...
Courier and Lone Wanderer. That's what the Vault 101 kit is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why they're the
Courier-
coolest.
Of course.
The
yes,
Courier and the
obviously.
Lone Wanderer. They're the
Yes,
coolest.
the cast
I
object, of
Well-
course.
I thought you were talking about the
I
title.
guess technically Soul Survivor gets counted too because they are also casting bullets.
But yeah, so the Fallout system uses all of the spell and various systems from the Elder Scrolls series just repurposed. And that's why things are a little bit janky with that game.
Love that. That's
But
perfect.
so knowing their history of reusing Elder Scrolls assets for their Fallout games, what it likely is, because they also know another thing that they did in the game, is that they made the loot of the monster locality based. Which means that if you are not within a certain range of the monster, it doesn't spawn loot for you, so you can't just run in and loot the monster with your instance of loot from the monster fight, because it's technically a raid, so everyone gets their own instance of loot to encourage people to fight it together. if you're not within that range, they don't want you getting the loot because they don't want people to just sit there and basically have other people fight the monster for them and farm the loot. You actually have to be in the party dealing some level of damage to it to get the loot within a certain
Which
distance.
I totally understand.
Which makes sense then if you think about it, because if they're using the same script that activates for the Dragon Soul, and now it's not spawning loot for certain people, it makes sense. If it's the same exact problem. Now, again, I have nothing to confirm this or nothing to prove this, and obviously we're going to have a little bit harder time modifying Fallout 76 to even look at what's going on there to see if there's any similarities, because Bethesda has that shit locked down.
Just
And
get Zuli on it.
True. But I mean, no, I mean, people obviously have hacked the game, but I mean more in a way to replicate it in a modified place.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you know, that's my theory. I'm open to being wrong, but that's what I believe to be true.
But yeah, anyway, that all that to say, there's a reason that I hate Bethesda out of all the AAA because look, are the Activision devs soulless corporate machines that pump out a new Call of Duty every year? Absolutely. But at least Call of Duty, generally speaking, works on fucking launch. Oh, it's not an open world game. Well, if you're a company that specializes in making open world games and takes pride in making your open world games, how about you do it fucking right?
You're asking too much.
And you gotta understand, they're just a small, poor little AAA company. That's asking too much of them.
So, speaking of bad devs, referencing Helldivers, the Helldiver devs finally fixed the stealth system, and in true dev fashion, they didn't remove all of the buffs they've been making to the stealth system the whole time.
Didn't we talk about
There's
this
a
earlier?
stealth. I'm sorry. There's a
Yes.
stealth system.
Yeah,
It was broken for a very long
It
time.
was broken forever because they didn't. So the problem is that all of these things that use the stealth mechanics or reference the stealth mechanics in the game weren't actually used by the AI to detect where you were. And so they kept buffing them for the past couple of years because people kept complaining that they were getting spotted and heard and seen. And the devs were like, "Oh shit! Well, I guess we have to up the how powerful the buff is. Like, I guess we have to up it again. Oh, it's still not working right. I guess we have to buff it even stronger." And then they finally fixed it because they, like I said, they were making a stealth warbond, and everyone's still bitching about, hey, the stealth still isn't fucking working. And they're like, fine, we're gonna look at the stealth system. Oh, the AI wasn't using the stealth mechanics, so we'll just add that into the AI detection system, and now it works. Except
shit.
now, you are so stealthy you can arm a hellbomb on your back and stand next to them, and they still won't detect you because the stealth system is so overbuffed at this point that the AI can't detect you at all.
Nice. Let's leave it. Sounds perfectly balanced.
Good.
But yeah, so better check up on that thing in Japan dimension.
I think
Hey,
it's just
were
a
you
meme.
able to
Flork
save
shit posting.
Japan's birth rate with
Flork is shit
VTubers?
posting again.
Oh.
Hung up. Yeah. Whoopsies. Didn't work. But yeah. So it's you know, we went really off center. I'm glad I got the rant about how awful AO3 is again, and how that devolved into a massive 4 hour spanning rant about video games and fan fiction and how people just can't seem to fucking figure shit out in their own goddamn heads. But yeah, so the JJK section is, as everyone expected, absolutely god-awful terrible. On the one website that actually doesn't have an overwhelming of gay porn on it, there's nothing. And the website that does allow for gay porn has way too much gay porn, way too much I'm dating the main cast porn, and way too much women cope porn. And once you remove all that, you basically have only 15K stories from your previous starter 90K stories. And even then, on the front page, I'm scrolling through all these things. Half of them aren't even stories. They're just, I liked these panels of the comic. I liked these panels from the anime. Here is my favorite song to listen to when I watch JJK.
What the fuck? How are those not
Yes.
getting deleted?
Because on
Because it's
Archive of
valid.
Our Own, anything's allowed pretty much except for original stories.
Yeah.
Well, that's retarded.
People, you can post collages, you can post, like, as long as it's you creating it, air quotes, then it's allowed to be posted.
I remember when AO3 used to be invite only back when they first started it,
Yeah.
and it
Isn't it
used to be
still
good.
invite only?
Oh, well,
No,
now
you
you
can
can
Maybe.
request for an
No.
invite. But way back when AO3 first started, you actually had to know someone to get an invite from them, and that's what I did.
No, I
Um,
remember. I thought that they'd remained invite only, and
Nope.
unfortunately
You
the
just need
invites
to-
just started going to actual
No, you can
troglodytes.
request an invite now. There's a
I don't like
system you can
that.
just request an invite, yeah.
Yep, you can just like
No,
add this thing to a
that's
queue. I think it was.
there's literally no purpose in having an invite system anymore then.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's a similar instance with Ruby. Okay, well, let's look up Ruby.
Oh no.
Oh no, I've not been to Ruby on AO3.
All right,
No,
Ruby!
it's 11 o'clock. Why don't we just go the fuck to sleep?
Okay, yeah, Ruby's only got 45K stories. Okay.
Now filter.
Yeah, with no filters on. All right, let's move the male times male stories.
I think you can copy and paste the part of the URL you used on the other one into this one, and it should work. The filter
I
part of
didn't
the
know you could do
URL.
that.
You used to be able to.
Probably. Don't know. Either way, let me just let's see here. Relationship tags. No. Let's see. What the fuck was a relationship? Category. That's right. That's what it was. Category. Wow, 4,000 M times M stories. Okay, yeah, no, to be fair, yeah. If we remove female times female stories, which are 20K of the 44K.
Jesus. Because of course they are.
Yeah, and then if we also remove you, reader, okay, so removing male times male and removing you and reader stories, we go from 44K to 37K. So that's only a 7K decrease, which is pretty impressive, all things considered. Let's see some of these
Now
female
remove
times
the Yuri.
female stories. Yeah, I'm just seeing if the Yuri bait is just like generic Yuri bait or if it's degenerate Yuri bait. And from what I'm looking at here, yeah, it's pretty degenerate Yuri bait. So let's just go ahead and
Wow, imagine my surprise.
remove that. Yeah. Okay, so we're left with so let's also remove crossovers. No crossovers. Okay, so with no crossovers, Ruby stories only.
no.
We are looking at 15K stories without Yuri slash you or reader fix.
Wow.
1/3 remains.
Yep, that stat matches the other one. Oddly
Yeah,
enough.
basically, yeah. That's pretty bad.
I wonder what would happen if you did that in the Harry Potter section.
No.
Not that we should try it tonight.
I mean, a lot of this, it is still like, is this E for explicit? Please tell me it's E for explicit.
E for everyone.
E for explicit. Okay, yeah, it is E for explicit. Creator chose not to use archive warnings, and the entire story is just some of the most degenerate.
It's trash.
I can't even read the tags out loud without probably getting in trouble with Twitch.
Woo.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Or they're just like, again, or it's the horseshoe of degeneracy. Stuff that would get me banned for even acknowledging existing, and the most degenerate fluff shit in existence, where it's just like, it's a concentrated obsession with feel good slice of life.
Fair.
Weiss is under secret cover. There's a conspiracy afoot. Dramatic situational comedy. I'm sure. Yeah, so that's rough for the Ruby section. I'm gonna be real. That's why I don't go on AO3. Like, that's why we don't read stories from AO3 generally. Is I could not even swap over to showing the AO3
Yeah, half the time we'd
screen
be banned just for the tags.
because we would just be banned for what's in the tags. It's insane. Like, this is like. AO3 is a hellhole of fetish content. Oh, it's worse than QQ. I'm gonna be real. It is
Yeah,
so
no
much worse
shit.
than QQ. It's insane.
Yeah,
That's-
QQ
that's
actually
because every-
enforces. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go on, because I can add on.
QQ actually enforces some measure of content standards.
That's very
And
good.
AO3 is basically a literal hug box where anyone can just silence any criticism, negative reviews, lock it under review. It is like
Yeah, that's
everything
true.
is basically
Yeah.
a lot more insular. Whereas on QQ, as sign says, there's also they demand standards, but they can't entirely ignore an entire reader base coming in and commenting and saying this. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Whether they're right
Yup.
or wrong.
Yeah.
Like, they can't stem that tide unless they're that thick-skulled and they somehow decide to ignore it all. Which, by that point, no one's gonna acknowledge their threat and it's gonna die.
As it should. Market economy.
Yeah. But, yeah. Anyway, well, more rants to come on Tuesday, I'm sure. I'm sure people will completely fulfill my expectations of being absolutely stupid, and will generate me more content to complain about and rant about on Tuesday, because there is, unfortunately, always more, and